camera and the desktop, and once we've got all that working, we're good to go. I can see you there, David Gill. See you there, Stacey. Learning to dance, David, I see. I saw the message you retracted. It gets me like that some days too, don't worry. Okay, that looks like the ads are sorted. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's London town, 8 p.m, Tuesday evening. It's Brooks's Bass Corner, isn't it? Live chat number 44. Here we go. Hope you're all safe and well out there. Hope life is treating you well. Hope bass playing is treating you well. This is a bass guitar channel, so if you've got any questions or comments about bass guitars, amplifiers, bass speakers, effect pedals, accessories, great bass players, bands with great bass players in, albums that had great bass lines on, here is the place to be. Tuesday evening, 8 o'clock, London town, Brooks's Bass Corner. So I hope you're all fine and well out there. I can see people are lining up already, so good to see you. Evening, hope you're all okay. If you've not frequented a live chat before, whether on my channel or someone else's, let me explain how this all works. So it's a two-way street. It's like a two-way conversation. So if you guys don't interact with the conversation and the live chat, you'll end up having to listen to me for about an hour. But if you get involved, put your questions, your comments in the live chat window, this can go on for hours. And in recent weeks and months, it has done. I think our record is 5 hours and 17 minutes at the moment. So I'm not saying that's how long it will last tonight. Who knows? We just go with the flow. And as we go with the comments and the questions and the banter and the conversation, that's how it kind of works, really. So what you're watching this video on at the moment, this is the video window. If you're on the mobile app, the live chat window is directly below here. So in order to chat, post your comments so that I can see them in the live chat window. Put your insertion point or cursor or pointer or whatever you want to call it in the live chat window. Type your question or comment, press send. It then pops up on my window. As soon as I see it, I'll reply to it. If you're on the desktop version, the live chat window is that way. The scrolling text window, exactly the same thing. Put your insertion point in there. In fact, I've never tried it, so let me... No, okay, you've got to put it in the section at the bottom where it says say something. Put your cursor in there, type your question or comment, press send. It'll fire up on my screen. That's how it works. If you're watching this live chat or listening to it after the event, you can still get involved, even though the live chat window will be closed by that point. Any questions or comments, put them in the comments section, press return. As soon as I get a notification from YouTube that you've posted a message, I'll come back to you. Pretty good like that. So I normally try and do everything within an hour or two. Sometimes it might be a day or two. Depends if I'm gigging, if I'm in the country or out the country. That's just the way I roll. So yeah, so that's how that works. So also in the live chat window, you'll see an emoji icon at the bottom. Please feel free to hit the emoji icon as much as you wish. YouTube loves it. The algorithm loves it. If you're hitting the emoji icon, it means you're getting involved in the conversation. So feel free to give the emoji icon a complete leathering. And next to it, you'll see a dollar symbol. That's called Super Chat. That allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel if you so wish. Allows me to keep the channel running. Allows me to get all the stuff together, all the equipment, all the leads, the editing software, everything that makes the channel tick over. That's what the financial contributions go towards. So underneath the video window, this bit, you'll see a bunch of icons. So you'll see a thumbs up and a thumbs down. Please hit the thumbs up if you are enjoying it. I'll put my teeth back in. I should just about see us out. So thumbs ups are good. Thumbs downs aren't so good, but if you've got a problem with the video or my presentation style, let me know. You'll also see a share arrow, which allows you to share this video out to social media and email. Then you'll see a save button. You'll see a love heart with a symbol. It's called Super Thanks. Works exactly the same way as Super Chat that you see in the live chat window. Basically allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel. So whether it's this video or any other video here on Brooks's Bass Corner, they're all monetized because we're a monetized channel. whether it's this video or any other video on the channel, if you're enjoying the content, enjoy the videos, enjoy the interviews, the reviews, the demos, the longer feature videos, if you'd like to help me and the channel out, feel free to hit the super thanks button. That's how that works. In the description box underneath the video, underneath the live chat window, you'll find merchandise links. So if you fancy some Brooks's Base Corner officially produced merchandise by me, you'll find links there for a UK and Europe store and a US and worldwide store. There's t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, long sleeve t-shirts, hats, caps. Where's my cap gone? Oh, it's over here. Bottles, mugs, glasses, iPhone cases, socks, all sorts of leisure wear, clothing, accessories, kids wear, all sorts. So if you want some Brooks's Base Corner merchandise, description box, links there. You'll also see there's a merchandise shelf underneath this video and every other video on the channel. You can buy the merchandise directly from there if you wish. But otherwise the links are in the description box. Underneath the description box, you will also find affiliate links for Thomann in Europe, Amazon, UK and Europe, and US and worldwide individual links. And also from tomorrow, so Wednesday, so if you're watching this after the event, so not live chat, but the chat catching up, you'll find a link for Gear for Music here in the UK. And hopefully by the end of this week, you'll also find links for Andertons, possibly, and Sweetwater in the US. So keep coming back to the live chat video. And in fact, all the videos on the channel. And if those affiliate links get confirmed and we get those balls rolling, then there'll be affiliate links for those as well. So if you don't know how affiliate links work, basically, if you want to buy something bass related, so a bass, an amp, a speaker, gig bag, strings, picks, leads, cleaning materials, maintenance, like screwdrivers and all that kind of thing for your bass. If you click on any of the links for the affiliates, click on them, find the product. So you're going through to a storefront that I've set up. Click on the product you want, add it to your basket. Once you pay for the item and it gets shipped to you, providing it doesn't get returned, the channel then gets an affiliate payment. It's not a very big payment. It's quite a small payment, actually, but it all adds up. And that's, again, is how we keep the channel going. So that's how the affiliate links work. There's also, if you're not already a subscriber to the channel, feel free to hit the subscribe button below this video. Hit the notification bell so you get notifications when I post up new videos and make posts on the community tab. And also, please give the video a thumbs up. A lot of people think it doesn't matter. It really does. The way the YouTube algorithm works, it's constantly changing. Sometimes it's prioritizing thumbs ups. It might be prioritizing views, subscribers, viewing time, click-through rates, a million different variables. So all of the positives are good. At the moment, the channel is all in the green. Everything's green. So average views, hours viewed, subscriber numbers, likes, shares, everything is green. I want to try and keep it that way. So anything you can do to help the channel is very much appreciated. What else have we got going on? I think that is everything for now. So that's the big sell. So what have I been up to? So the weekend, last Friday, was down the West Country in Bude, North Devon, was doing a Queen tribute show. If you attended, hi there, hope you enjoyed the show. We had a great time. Had a great review from the people that booked us. So hopefully be down there again at some point, maybe within the next year or so. Thankfully, one of the members of the band is based down in Devon. So we tend to be gigging quite a bit down there. So if you weren't able to make it to Bude, keep an eye out for This Is Queen. I'm sure we'll be doing a load of festival shows over the summer, some private events, probably some club shows as well. So see where we get to. I can see messages popping up on the live chat window. So without further ado, let me crack on with these. So who have we got? Stacey from North Carolina, good evening, hope you're well. David Gill, good to see you from South Carolina. Been working on your bossa nova, playing or dancing? Stacey's winding him up. That's fine. Okay, Stacey, your mum used to teach ballroom dancing back in the day, like 1959. You're not old enough. Good evening, David. Martin Gander, good to see you. Welcome. I don't think you've been here on the live chat before, but you're very welcome. Where can I buy passive electronics for a bass guitar? You're going to want components, I guess. You can buy passive circuitry. I don't know if people like Nordstrand, Kerry Nordstrand might sell passive electronics. Generally, the manufacturers kind of produce their own, so maybe some Fender electronics, maybe components. You're probably looking for someone who knows about electronics. If you don't, I don't know your background. You're going to want a components place. So there's there's a million places online that do all of that, capacitors and all the diodes and what have you. You've got me stumped. I've never had to I don't tend to do any electronics work myself, so I leave it to the people that know what they're doing. Electronics have always kind of left me a bit stumped, and it's the sort of thing that I wouldn't want to do because I don't know how to do it. And to be honest, I'm 51 end of next week, and I don't know I've really got the time to get involved in learning how to do electronics. Good question. Good question. I don't know. But I'm sure one of the learned folks here on Brooks's Bass Corner live chats might well be able to help. So any of you fine people, we haven't got many on at the moment, I don't think. The regulars haven't kind of appeared yet. But if you hang on, Martin, there'll be some very learned folks along shortly. They might well be able to help you. I'll try and remember to ask them to check out the live chat further up as we progress, and we'll come back to you on that. David Gill, you mentioned a book you purchased to assist with your fretless journey. What is the name of the book? Bear with me 2 moments, David. I'll get them off the shelf. Hold on. I can show you. There's 2 of them. Where's the 3rd one? Ah, it's there. Now, can we do it without we making a right mess? Hold on. I've got 1. I've got 2. Just bear with me, David. I'm here. I haven't gone. I haven't turned into the invisible man, I promise. Just bear with me a moment. I can see a right mess on my shelf about to occur. So just bear with me a moment, if you'd be so kind. Okay. I will end up making a mess. So what I'm going to do is tell you the name of the book. So there's a book called, it's on Hal Leonard's publishing. It's called Fretless Bass by Chris Kringle. I'll even find it on Amazon. 2 seconds. And what I'm going to do, this is a new plan, okay? So whenever we're talking about gear or anything to do with bass, and I can provide you guys with links to buy these things, I'm going to put them in the description box while we're going through the live chat. Basically, I'm going to create an affiliate link. If I put it into the live chat window, it won't work. I'm going to put affiliate links into the description box while we're on the live chat. If you want to check it out, you want to go through and buy it, then you're more than welcome to do so, and you're helping the channel. So it will slow the live chat down a little. Just bear with me a bit, and so stay with me, David, and I'll tell you. So you're in America, aren't you? So let's do, bear with me. Bear with me, David, and everyone else, and we're going to try and work this to everyone's benefit here. So just bear with me a moment. That is called Fretless Bass by Chris Kringle. There we go. Right, sir. Let me just create a link for this. And that is that. So we're in. So this is for the US fraternity. I will try and do a UK one as well. And I need to stick that into the description. So I'm creating a link just for you, David, so you can check it out. You want to buy it, and you're going to be helping the channel. Okay. Just bear with me a moment. I'm sorry, this will slow down the live chat a bit, but it helps you, helps me. So we want that one, and we want the description box. That's cool. So I'm going to put it underneath. Now, I've got something else I need to show you in a moment. A little something I've been doing today. So this is, I think that's right, yeah. And that's Amazon.com. Now, if any of the UK or Europe people want to be able to get hold of this book as well, let me know and I'll create a European at Amazon.co.uk link. So this is the first book. So I'm putting it up there for you now, David. And the other two I've got here, I will quickly see if I can find them on Amazon. So this is by Chris Gizzi, who was a former editor and writer on Bass Player magazine before my time. It's called Fretless Bass. That's more information. There is some theory in the back and some exercises. And then this one by Steve Bailey. I'm sure most of you know Steve Bailey. The Ultimate Fretless Bass Workout. So none of these books I've started working on yet, but I will be shortly. So if you want links for those, I'll put those in as well. So just bear with me a second, guys, and I will just do this for you. So that's fine. That's that one. And that one. Let's see if that fires up. Yes, it does. Okay. Okay. If this works well for everyone, then we'll carry on doing this going forward. This means if we're having conversations about specific products, I can benefit the channel, and it means I can give you a direct link as well. Bear with me. Okay, and that one will be there. It is. Very good. So I've created all three links for you there, David. Hopefully those will help you. So they should be in the description box now. So that's the Fretless books. We can discuss that in a moment. So what was making me laugh a moment. So earlier today, my other half, who's out seeing Sam Smith this evening, had a delivery from Amazon, and she acquired this. Now you might think, why has he got a farmyard animal? Right, so I didn't know what it was all about. Apparently it seems to be a thing. So these are stress relievers. So basically, you're on the phone, your boss is giving you a hard time, or you're in a band and your bandmates are being arseaches, dealing with wedding clients and they're just being a nightmare. No, it doesn't work. Hopefully you can hear that. It's a screaming goat. It kept us amused for hours, and man, did we chuckle. And then I saw she posted it up on her Facebook page, and people were buying them like hand over fist. So I put up affiliate links. So if you want to buy one of these, and they're great fun, you can, from Amazon.co.uk, Amazon.com in the US. You'll find links in the description box at the top. I've put it on the community tab, put it on Facebook, put it on Instagram, put it on Twitter. So if you want one of these, and I can take, whether it was a goat on a pedestal or not, I scream most days with some of the things I've got to deal with. So tonight, and potentially going forward, I don't know, every time we have a super chat or a super thanks payment, I'll hit the screaming goat. I hope you can hear it. I mean, it's sounds like someone's being murdered. But anyway, yes, to signify we've had a super chat or a super thanks payment, I'll hit the screaming goat. If you'd like one of your own, there are links in the description box. I've put them across all the channels on social media. I think they're about £7, about $8. It's not a lot, but it's a stress reliever, allegedly. So the goat is here. Actually, I need to put it so you guys can see it, don't I? So there we go. That's the screaming goat for you. There we go. Right, back to the chat. Sorry about that. Right, David asking about the books. Stacey's going to try and help Martin with the passive electronics. Stacey, right, wiring kit for P-Base includes switchcraft output jack, 2050K. Yeah, all of that. Steve Bailey's videos are very good. Yeah, been watching them as I wait for my fretless to be built. Excellent. I think you and I are going to be on a similar journey, David. Learn how to play fretless, unless you already play fretless, of course. Cheers, everyone. Good to see you. Stacey's coming up. Trump's finding out passive electronics. Well done. RC Grinder, good to see you. What's up, bass brothers and sisters? Good to see you. Thank you. Welcome. Hope you're okay. Oh, it's on the Donkey Kong now. The Screaming Goat. Yes, indeed. You've already ordered one, Stacey, so that's coming your way. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that will signify all super chat and super thanks payments this evening. So when those occur, I'll hit the screaming goat. If you want to buy your own screaming goat, links are in the description box below. There we are. So we're into live chat number 44. What else have I got to tell you? No gigs from me until the end of next week. Nothing in for this weekend at the moment. About to hit festival season, which kind of kicks off for me, I think the start of June. I've got a couple of gigs have now come in through May. There's one gig, but I don't know if it's a festival. I don't think it is, which is my ABBA gig on the 5th of May. But yeah, generally festivals are kicking off for me from June the 2nd, going all the way through the summer, through till about the end of September. So it's going to be busy. It's going to get very busy. Stacey, yes, I have. When clients ask for something ridiculous, they'll get the screaming goat. Quite right. That's what it's for. So, yeah. So I hope everything's going well for you guys out there. It's going to be, I say this every week, but there will be, because since last week's live chat, I've been busy doing affiliates, doing US tax forms. That's a bundle of laughs. Getting my affiliate links and the companies I'm going to be hopefully selling equipment on behalf of, providing you guys with links. I'm also going to try, when time allows, to actually hunt around these affiliate sites. So Amazon, Thomann, Gear for Music, Andertons and Sweetwater, trying to find you the best gear that they've got, either on sale prices or reduced prices or offer prices. If they suddenly do a great offer on strings or gig bags or a pedal that's like really good, it's like if there's a Source Audio pedal or an Aguilar pedal and they're suddenly doing a great deal on it, I'm going to try and post it up, do a little video, let you guys know that those offers are out there. There's not time in life to do all the things we got to do. But if I'm spending a lot of time on these sites, getting information, pricing, links and all of that stuff, if I see there's a really good offer going on, especially with things like strings, you know, they're not particularly expensive items, but when there's a good deal on, we all want to take advantage of that. So if I see like a certain brand of strings, DRs or Rotor Sound, Elixirs, Didarios, and there's a certain, well, sometimes it might be a certain gauge or a certain range of strings, if they're on offers, I'm going to put the links up on the community tab on Facebook, Instagram. Probably there's going to be some videos. I've had to set up a new playlist here on the channel for affiliate sales today for this. So I don't want affiliate sale videos getting mixed up with all my general base reviews, demos, interviews, all of that stuff. So affiliate sale videos will be in their own specific place. If you want to check them out, feel free. I'm not going to make them particularly long. Most of them will probably fall into short form criteria. If it's something that's a bit more substantial, like a pedal or a bass or an amp, then I might do a longer form video that's more than a minute long. But we'll see how it goes. This is all new to me, so I'm learning as I'm going. And actually I should sort of reinforce the thing with affiliate sales. So over time, the more you guys and people out in the internet world use the affiliate links that I post and buy things, I will get offers back from the retailers to offer to you guys. So the way it's been explained to me is that, you know, as you reach certain levels of sales, the retailers come back to you with discount codes, voucher codes, all those kind of things. And Alexa used the force. Hi, welcome. You're very welcome. I don't think we've seen you here on the channel before and on the live chat, but you're very welcome. Russ Hollington, good to see you. You get your sound to light battery woes sorted now. I'm going to be purchasing those rechargeable batteries on Thursday. So I will get that sorted out. And thank you for the advice, Russ. Very much appreciated. But the affiliate sales thing, yeah, the more I sell, the more affiliates I pass through, we get codes back that I can then offer you greater discounts and reductions on things. So at the moment, I've got Amazon in the US. I think I'm okay. I think I'm over the boundary of sales there. But for the UK and Europe, I don't know if I've even hit a boundary. And I know that if by the middle of May, I don't hit that boundary, they take the affiliate service away. So you're going to see quite a few affiliate sale videos and links going up over the next 2 to 3 weeks. I need to hit that boundary. I can't really afford to lose the affiliate thing, although I can go back and request it again at a later date. I'd rather try and keep it all going. So if you've got any bass related purchases coming up, picks, leads, gig bags, strings, straps, pedals, anything that's not like a big purchase, or you can do a big purchase that's more than acceptable. If you want to help the channel, help me. If you use the affiliate links for either the UK and Europe store or the US and worldwide store, that's in the description box on every single video on the channel. So you don't need to go hunting looking for the affiliate links. They're there in the description box of every video. If you think you know what you want, go to the affiliate store, find the item. I've broken it all down into categories. So there's like cleaning products, strings, basses, amps, pedals, accessories, videos, things like the lights I use, the boom stands I use, the microphones I use, the video I use, the audio interface I use. So if you know what you want, it's very easy to sort of break that down into the category you need, find the item, add it to your basket, go through with the sale. As long as you don't return it, hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll get an affiliate commission. And that's kind of how it works. It's not particularly difficult. We had Martin Day from Dublin a couple of weeks ago wanting to buy a compressor pedal from Thomann. I hadn't put it on my store. He said, could you put it on your store? I can buy it and then you get the affiliate commission. It was simple. I went straight into the store, added it to the range of products on offer, gave him the link. He hit the link, went through, added it to his cart, paid for it. Pedal turned up a week later and I got the affiliate commission. It was that easy, that simple. So it does work. Tom Sage, my cousin, good evening. Hope you're well. Sorry I'm late. No. You know the live chats tend to be long drawn out affairs. You can drop in and out at any point. It's fine. Hope everything's going well. Hope the new bass is serving you well. Hope you're practicing. Building those calluses. Graham, good to see you. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good week. a fellow GB Guitars fan, as is Russ Hollinshead. It's all good. We know a good thing when we see it, guys, clearly. Let me know, David Gill, if those Amazon links worked for you. They should do. I literally went into Amazon, found the items, got an affiliate link for you. So let me know if you can click on those links. Let me know that they take you through, and if you wish to buy any of them, fabulous. If anyone from the UK wants those links, let me know, and I'll put the amazon.co.uk links in. At the moment, these are for amazon.com in the US. And Lord knows I need some amazon.co.uk purchases, but there we are. Yeah, so I hope everyone's good. So this is live chat 44. Not quite sure how we've amassed this many, but it's all good, and they all seem to be progressing. So every week we're getting more viewers, more concurrent viewers, more viewed hours. It's all good. Yes, sir. Need a decent tuner for songs that aren't in standard tuning. Okay, Tom. I've always used a Boss TU2, which is a pedal tuner. Haven't got one here, however, and I've always used those as well as clip-on tuners. You know, you can always have a. Hold on. You can always have a clip-on headstock tuner that'll do semi-toned down tuning. That's a Dunlop one. I've got a Boss one here. So I have a couple of these. So they'll do the job, Tom. Otherwise, for gigs, I always use a pedal. Always used a Boss TU2. Got a couple of those. Just recently, I bought the TU3, which is going on my pedal train board for the festival shows. So if you want to see what one of these looks like, 2 seconds. The box is really tight. Hold on. There we go. That's TU3. TU2 doesn't look too much different. You can buy these all secondhand. They're not particularly expensive. Tuner's a tuner. Either works or it doesn't. The only thing is, if someone has used it with batteries, you might find the clips are a little not that great. So you undo a screw at the base, the flap lifts up, put the battery in there. If you don't want to buy Bosch, you can buy Korg. Dunlop do their own tuners. Most companies, especially pedal companies, will do their own. There's the TC Electronic, there's the Peterson. There's loads of tuners out there, Tom. It's how much you want to spend. So you want to buy one of these new, they're about £79, but you can buy a tuner pedal second hand. Normally going to be about £40 or £50. Russ, TU3W for the posh lot. Yeah, that's the what? Yes, I know the one you mean. That doesn't have all the bulk, but I'm fine with one of these. You're quite right, though, Russ. Yeah. So, but if you do a search, Tom, go check out GAC, PMT, Guitar, any of the bass stores, Bass Direct, Bass Gallery. I'm trying to think what's down near you. There's probably a couple of shops in Portsmouth, Southampton. There's so many bass tuners. It's and actually you'll find they're just generally guitar tuners with a bass option, so they can deal with the lower notes. But tuner's a tuner in my book, so that's all good. That's all good. So hopefully a new pedal purchase for me tomorrow. I'm looking at the Source Audio Aftershock bass distortion, so looking at that, and I know I've still got videos to do of the Spectrum filter pedal and the C4 synth. They will be coming. It's just getting time, you know. It's at the moment the focus is on getting the affiliate thing set up and getting that out there, but I've got long form video stacking up now, and more short form video as well. And actually, thank you to all of those of you who've subscribed, joined the channel as a result of the shorts going up on TikTok. Yeah, we're on TikTok now. Discord, we're on Discord as well. And the shorts that have been going up on as Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, TikTok, it's all progressing. Yeah, it's all good. Tom, another excuse to go to Absolute Music in Bournemouth. Exactly. Or, well, Tom, if you're going to buy a tuner pedal, help your cousin out here and do it through one of my affiliate links. So whether it's Amazon, whether it's Thomann, Gear for Music, hopefully by the end of the week we'll have ANDERTONS and Sweetwater, although that's for American viewers. You can help me out. Unless Absolute Music are doing a blinding trade on tuners, help your cousin out here and buy a pedal from Amazon if you can, because that'll help me out with my affiliate sales. Thank you. I don't want to lose the Amazon UK affiliate if I can. Just need to get that up and running and motoring, and we'll be flying along. And we need to get you set up with a decent strap as well. So we need to get, I'm going to suggest to you a comfort strap. Other players might suggest something else, but to save the old shoulders, because you have just turned 40, obviously. So, you know, got to look after the old shoulders. I always use comfort straps. I've been using them since 1998. Let me get one for you. There we go. That one's a bit knackered, so we'll get you a better looking one. So here we go, comfort straps. Other things have come along in since these came out, but this is kind of one of the originals. So big, thick, padded cushioning, divided up sections on the back. So if you use wirelesses, or you've got something that needs to clip on the back of your strap, you can just section it off. It's great. It's like if I've got 2 or 3 packs on, they're not all going to slide together. They're actually sort of stopped from doing that. But I swear by these. I've had no problems with them, and I've been using them for 25 years, and they've saved my shoulders. It did come with a strap, but yes, the old left shoulder is feeling it. You see, these bases, they're not like guitars. I did warn you. Yeah, they're not particularly expensive. They're between sort of £25–30. Let me see if there's one on Amazon for you. Hold on. Not sure if you can get comfort straps on Amazon. Let's have a look there. You can't get the comfort strap, but you can get straps that are like it. So if you want me to send you some links later on, Tom, I can send you an affiliate link, and you can buy basically a strap just like that, and that'll help me out. So in fact, let me make a little note. I'll send you some links for tuners and straps. I'll send it through to you later. You helped me out big time there. Thank you. So don't go buying anything before I've sent you the links, okay? There we go. That's what cousins are for, you see? Stacy, comfort strap is the best. I use it for your area SB 900. The heavy lifting, exactly. Yeah. They work. They work. I've been using them for 25 years. I must have done 3,500 gigs using comfort straps. So I didn't have it for first couple of years. Don't think they even existed until about 97, 98. And then I bought one in 1998 from the Base Centre in Wapping. I've never used anything else since. They're just great. You don't realise the difference until you move from your old strap to a comfort strap. Suddenly it's a big difference. Big difference. So here we are. It's coming up 40 minutes in. Live chat number 44 here in Brooks's Base Corner, London Town, 8 o'clock, Tuesday evening. Well, it's 8:40 now, obviously. I don't know what time it is where you are in the world. If you're in East Coast of the US, it's going to be 20 to 4. If you're on the West Coast, it's going to be 20 to 1, I guess, lunchtime. So you're very welcome. I hope you're all safe and well out there. I hope your bass playing's going well. Stacy, there's another one that has egg crate type padding. You have to send me a link. I don't know which you're talking about. There's so many straps now that yeah. So while Stacey's trying to find the base strap that looks like egg crate type padding, you're very welcome to live chat number 44. This is the live video window. If you want to send me a message or a comment or a question, you need to go into the live chat window. So this is the video window. If you're on the mobile app, the live chat window is directly below us. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. Put your insertion point into the live chat window, type your question or comment, press send. As soon as it flies up onto my screen here, I'll respond to you. If you want to buy Brooks's Base Corner branded merchandising, so we're talking t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, 150 items on each design. The links are in the description box below, as are the affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon, UK store, worldwide store. If you're enjoying the video, please give it a thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. If you want to find me on social media platforms, you're talking Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Be Real, Reddit, Quora, Discord, links are in the description box. I think that's it for the moment. Got to do super chat, super thanks. So in the live chat window, there's an emoji icon. Feel free to give the emoji icon an absolute pounding. It shows the YouTube algorithm that you're involved in the chat and that you're enjoying the chat. There's also next to it a dollar symbol that's called Super Chat, which allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel. So if you want to donate to the channel, you don't have to. The video is free. But if you'd like to, you hit the Super Chat button. It'll ask you how much you want to pay. And it's as simple as that. I then get a notification on my screen. And if you donate via Super Chat or Super Thanks, you get to hear the screaming goat. How about that? Underneath the video window, there are icons. There's a thumbs up. Again, we've explained that. If you're enjoying the video, hit the thumbs up. There's a thumbs down if you're not enjoying it. Hopefully you are enjoying it. There's a share arrow, which allows you to share this video out to social media and email. There's a save button, so you can watch the video at a later date. And then next week, you'll find a love heart with a dollar symbol in. That's called Super Thanks. Works exactly the same way as Super Chat. It exists on every video on the channel because we're monetized. You hit that, it allows you to make a financial donation to the channel. Simple as that. Thought I did the big sell there quite quickly. That worked quite well. Stacey, I'll send it to you. Very good. Okay, put the link in here, Stace, and then we'll see it. Yeah, so let me know what gigs have you guys got coming up? What new gear acquisitions have you made? Perhaps you're looking to set up a pedal board. Maybe you're looking at a new bass or a new amp or effects pedal. Maybe you're looking to get your pedal board in order, get the pedals in the right order to get the best tone so you don't get tone deterioration. Any questions about basses, bass amps, bass speakers, combos, effect pedals, accessories, strings, leads, gig bags, you name it. Got a bass related question? Stick it in the live chat box, either below if you're on the mobile app or that way if you're on the desktop app. As soon as I see your message, I'll respond to it. Let's see what we've got here. No, I think we're up to date at the moment. So that's all good. Something I was going to mention to you all. I can't remember what it was. Did anyone go to NAMM? Of course, I need to ask that question. What did you see? If you did go, was there any particular gear that caught your eye? Anything that you tried? Anything that you'd like to see a review of or a demo of here on the channel? There is so much gear coming out now that we're kind of out of COVID. Manufacturers are starting to get all their chips and their circuitry back in place, and they're less of a drought on components. That a lot of the gear is now coming out, and obviously we just had NAMM, so loads of manufacturers are now putting their new products out. I saw Vladimir Lenin, good to see you, welcome, hope you're well. I just got a new pickguard from a P-Bass, looks mental. What did you get? Color, What material? Perloid? Did you go for tortoise shell? What have you got? Let us know. Got to tell us. We'll be on tenterhooks if you don't tell us. I hope it's something very eye-catching. Abalone, maybe. Maybe you've had an abalone scratch plate done. We need to know. We need to know what you've bought, and we need to know what your P base is. So year, where was it made? What colour? Have you stock pickups? Have you changed the pickups? We need to know all this information. You're very welcome anyway. I hope everything's good where you are. Yes, so if anyone went to NAM, let's know. Vladimir, black, but it's a 3-ply, okay. And what colour is your base? So black plates, good start, but we just need to know what colour the base is. Fingerboard, maple, rosewood, ebony, palfero. Let's know. Goes well with the blue burst. Oh, now you've got us going, Vladimir. So blue burst Fender P with a black plate. Maple neck, rosewood neck, palfero neck. American, Mexican. I'm assuming it's a Fender. Or is it a P bass copy made by another company? We need to know these things. You're amongst bass players, so we need to know. It's a copy. Okay. Made by? Is it a branded copy, or is it one that you've made yourself, or what are we talking here? Fretboard is maple. Okay. Blue burst and maple. Nice. Very good. So while we're waiting for Vladimir to fill us in, this Lakeland Skyline 4464 in ice blue metallic is going on the workbench. It's either going tomorrow or Thursday. So this is going to get a complete cleanup, string change, setup, action, intonation, pickup height, neck relief, the whole caboodle. Be checking the nut slots. I'm going to give it everything it needs setting up. It's going to be coming out on some gigs with me very soon. So this is there's going to be a workshop video for this, then a demo and review videos of this, and there will also be demo and review videos of the Ibanez SR300, the red one that the workshop video is already up for. Anything referred to in tonight's live chat that already exists here on the channel video wise, there will be links for them for the videos in description box tomorrow morning once this is uploaded and streamed. Vladimir, it's a Third Avenue. I can't say I've ever heard of it, but I hope it's good. By no means the biggest or best brand. That's okay, but if it plays well and you're happy with it, that's all that counts. So the strings on this, these are D'Addario nickels. They're absolutely dead. I mean, it's like playing a bit of old rope. So there'll be some rotor sounds going on this very soon, over the next couple of days. It'll get a thorough cleanup, thorough setup, sorted out, and then it'll be out on gigs very, very soon. Vladimir plays very nicely. Excellent. That's all you can ask for. If it doesn't matter what the brand of a bass is, as long as it plays well, sounds good, holds its tuning, and it's reliable, that's all you want. So yeah, David Gill, I haven't heard from you. Did those links work for Amazon? For the fretless books, let me know. Sorry, I'm frimmicking now. Don't put a bass in my hands, this is what happens. Is that a Warwick in the background? I haven't seen that before. Do you mean the one hanging on the wall? You mean the one hanging up there? I need to put that Lakeland down or I'm going to just end up being really annoying. Sorry. Yes, no, it's not a Warwick, it's an Alembic. There's normally another one right next to it, but it's over there on a stand at the moment. So Alembic, you might not know what they are. Most bass players have at least heard the name. So Alembic are an American brand, come out of California, been going since 1969. Famous players: Stanley Clarke, John Entwistle, John Paul Jones. There's been a lot of bass players who've used their stuff. Jimmy Johnson, Mark King. To me, possibly the best bass brand on the planet. I'm very lucky and fortunate to own two of them. Sound totally different from one another. They can be quite idiosyncratic, which means they each have their own characteristics and their own foibles, shall we say. So a long scale alembic feels really long. The bridge is inlaid into the body by quite a distance. So even though they're still 34-inch long scale, they feel much longer and the necks are very long, which is why a lot of alembic players end up going for a medium scale version rather than the long scale. But the tones, to me, are just outstanding. And I love playing them. Unfortunately, they're not suitable for all the various gigs that I play, both in terms of sound, the way they look, and just the size of them. They're big beasts. But if I know a particular gig I'm playing on, I'm going to have quite a bit of stage space to myself, good monitors, I might have backline or I might not. As long as I can hear everything that's coming out of that bass, it's going to be a good night. And they sound amazing. David, links work well. Trying to decide which one to start with. If I were you, I would go with the Chris Kringle book, the first one, because basically that is all teaching you bass lines, and it comes with downloadable tracks. The others don't have tracks as far as I'm aware. And the bass player one by Chris Jizzy is more an information history kind of thing than a playthrough. But the Chris Kringle book is all about sitting there playing along with tracks, getting your intonation right, and how to use a fretless. So I'd go for that. The Hal Leonard book, go for that first. Mika Thomas, oh my goodness, we've got Mika Thomas from Alembic here on my live chat. I'm not worthy. I'm sorry, I am not worthy. Mika, hi. You're very welcome here to Brooks's Bass Corner. Very lovely to have you. Okay, let's see. Mika from Alembic here. Happy to answer questions about the bass. Guys, anyone got any questions for Mika from Alembic, please feel free. The long reach depends on the body shape, granted. Many don't feel like that. That's cool. Just the two I've got are long scale, and my experience on basses that have had bridges inlaid in is that in order to maintain that long 34-inch scale, it's just physics. You've got to have a long neck to accommodate that scale. I love my Alembics. They're never leaving my my possession until they put me in a box. So I'm a big advocate of Alembic instruments. So thank you. I love my Alembics. Anyone that watches the live chats will know I wax lyrical about them, and often. It took me years to get the two I've got, and I couldn't be happier. I'm very happy with the way they play and feel. I have no issues. I know some people find them long. For me, it isn't an issue. I'm willing to put up with those idiosyncrasies for the quality of the tone, just the way they play, the way they feel. Absolutely superb. Stacey, wowzers, is quite an honour. It is an honour. I've sometimes got an Alembic t-shirt on, but I've got a Brooks's Bass Corner branded affair on this evening. But yeah, Vladimir Lenin, if you had one pedal, what would it be? Well, for years I didn't use pedals, and I'm in quite a lucky position that since we came out of lockdown, I play a lot in a disco funk show. Teeth in. I play in a disco funk show band, 9-piece, big band, and we don't use backline generally. So I find a lot of gigs I'm on in-ear monitors, so I'm using pedal boards more than using backline anymore. So for years I didn't really use pedals, but on the odd occasion that I did, I would always carry an octave pedal with me, usually an EBS Octabass. I had the original grey label. I can see it in the pedal tub there. Now got the black label, but I've also got a bunch of other octave pedals. So I use a Aguilar Optimizer. I have the MXR Vintage Bass Octave as well. I use the Octave Facility on my Digitech drop pedal. They all sound totally different from one another. So depending on the octave effect I'm looking for, that pretty much I get a lot of mileage out of an octave pedal. So as a bass player, especially if you're in a 3, 4, sometimes a 5-piece band, guitarist takes a solo, you're stuck down the bottom end. But if the song you're covering has a little bass motif that moves up, might be up the dusty end of the fingerboard, an octave pedal is just going to give you enough bottom end to cover the frequencies that you need to cover. So if you suddenly move up to take a run, or you're going to play a harmony line with the guitarist, that octave pedal is just going to give you the bottom end foundation in the bass end. So you can do that run and you're not going to lose the bottom frequencies out of your signal. Some bass players will say, oh, I need a distortion pedal. That's fine. A lot of the stuff I've done over the years, the bass end has had to be pretty clean. Like a lot of the bands I've been in, we've either had 1 or 2 guitar players. So there's a lot of noise, a lot of frequencies being sucked up, especially if you've got guitarists using Les Pauls, kind of twin humbucking guitars. You're going to find a lot of the bottom end is being taken up. So you've got to find a space for your bass to sit. So are you going for a more mid position bass, or are you going to go into a real bottom end kind of situation? But each to their own. Only you can judge that based on the band and the material you're playing. But that's cool. I need to go back through the messages now. Stacey, yeah, Vlad, yeah. Graham, played an Alembic Orion recently. It was absolutely fantastic thing to play. Exactly. I warned you I was going to make it to a live at some point. Mika, you are always welcome here on Brooks's Bass Corner. We have a lot of Alembic fans here. The problem for us in the UK is that you don't find many of them about. So there are lots of bass players, especially here in the UK, who know of Alembic as a luxury brand, but we can't get our hands on them. 20 years ago, we had the Bass Centre acting as a UK distributor, and then I think it moved over to American Guitars, who were based, I think, down near Sevenoaks in Kent, not far from Rotor Sound. And as far as I'm aware, there is no UK distributor for Alembics anymore, so very hard for people to go and try one. And I'm wondering if sometimes that might be why I get a fair bit of traffic here on my channel, people asking me questions about the 2 that I've got. I really should put the other one up on the wall, and then we can compare and contrast, can't we? Or in fact, I'll just keep hold of it. How about we do that? And we need the lights on, of course, goes without saying. Stupid question. So it's very hard for UK players to get out there and try these instruments. And because they are, I wouldn't say rare, but they don't come up often on the second-hand market here in the UK. Generally, if people have got them, they're keeping hold of them, and quite rightly. I know I will be. So there we go. Yeah, the Orions are great, Graham. Really, as you found out. Kevin, C-Bass. Good to see you, Kev. Hope you're well. Outstanding preamps too. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Tone gods. Yes, you. We know what they can do, Kev. Yes, we do. Lewis is here. Lewis Wingrove. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you on Discord yesterday. Beat you here today, mate. Yeah. For me, one pedal would be impossible. Well, Lewis has got like the USS Enterprise of pedal boards, and I bow to Lewis's knowledge of pedals. So he is the man. Anyone's got pedal questions? Lewis is the man to speak to. Mika, thanks, Graham, Casey, and Stacey. Hey, Lewis, what dark glass is best distortion for? Yeah, okay. You didn't tell me yesterday, Lewis, which was your pick of the dark glass units, and I said to you, it'd be lovely to have all the dark glass pedals together to hear what they do up against each other, because it seems like every couple of months there's a new dark glass pedal, and I can never really differentiate the difference between them. I think I've reviewed 2, and there was about 5 years gap between the pair. So they came in, I did the reviews, and they went straight back out again. Graham, think you need a fretless alembic to complete the set? Do I ever? There's a lot of alembics I'd like. Series 2 would be next on my list. But again, you don't see too many on the second-hand market, especially Series 2s. I kicked myself that I didn't buy a second-hand Series 2 in 1993. It was for sale at Rock Bottom Music in Croydon. A guy had ordered one. I don't know what the issue was. I think it was too heavy. He'd ordered it. It was exceptional. It was too heavy. Series 2, LEDs. I think gone for a bit of a Mark King kind of, I want what Mark King's using, and traded it in, and it went up for sale at about £2,800. Well, now I'd just go and buy that, but back then I was a poor student at university, so that wasn't possible at that time. But such is life. You can't have every bass, and Lord knows if I had every bass I wanted, I would need an aircraft hangar, but I'll live with that. George, morning, evening. George, thank you very much for your super thanks payment the other day for the Ibanez video. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't see it. It didn't show as a super thanks payment until like a day or two after. When I got the initial message, it didn't have the super thanks icon. But when I went back and saw it, I think yesterday, it did. So then it was clear where that extra bit of money had come from. So thank you. Mika, right now it would be direct sales or through a US or other European dealer. I'm probably thinking maybe Station Music in Germany, Mika. That would probably be it. This is the other problem at the moment. The UK to US exchange rate is absolutely crippling for us, as it was those of you in the US around about 2007, 2008, when we would get $2 to a pound. So everything back then, it was like a flip to what it is now. But it is a lovely walnut, yes. Actually, I've lost my groove here. Lewis, see that sweet bass guitar is like fine furniture. The woodwork is stellar. It is. It's lovely piece of mahogany on the back, walnut on the top. Mika, it's a Mark King signature standard. What are the very fine laminates on that maple? You said they're like pinstripe laminates. Is that vermilion? I'm not sure. I've never asked the question. So on the deluxe ones, I think you normally have walnut, or you might have Purple Heart. But most of these basses are built as custom orders. So the guy that had this made, I mean, he picked a cracker. But I've never been quite sure what those small, thin laminates are. Perhaps you can tell me. Other than that, I have no questions about this bass. I absolutely adore it. Lewis, Alpha Omnicron is what I have. Okay, the BK7 is the most popular one for dark glass. Neoland, welcome. Can't remember if you've been on a live chat before, but you're very welcome. Did you ever try Steinberger? I've played a couple in like shops like the Bass Center, but I never owned one. Knowing you got a Status Streamline. Yeah, well, the Streamline was bought in 2017. So I had a week of gigs coming up in Nice in the south of France, and we've got a real problem here in the UK flying out to gigs outside of the UK, getting instruments there. Always a problem, really problematic. And at that time you could still take, if you got lucky, you could take instruments into the cabin if you spoke nicely to the check-in staff and what have you. Fast forward to 2018, Ed Sheeran had a run-in with the ground staff at British Airways at Heathrow. He wanted to take some guitars with him on the plane. They said no. He kicked off a stink. And from that point on, British Airways said no musical instruments at all inside airplanes. And from that point on, now you've got to check every bass, guitar, whatever, into the hold on a plane. But in 2017, you could still take basses with you into the cabin if you were lucky, if you played it right. So having done a week of gigs in Nice many times before, I wanted to take something that wasn't going to take up a lot of room. And many of the time I took the neck off and, you know, took a bolt on, took the neck off and put it in the same bag. And I thought, because I play Status Empathy basses quite a lot, and I knew the Streamline was out there, and I thought maybe I should just get the Streamline, because I looked at the sizes and it was like, well, if you put that in a thin, small gig bag, you can probably run it down the center of your back, and the airport staff probably won't even see you've got it when you're going onto the plane. And lo and behold, a friend of mine was selling one which was even smaller than a regular Streamline. So normally they're 34-inch scale, but 32-inch scale playing wise, and then 2 inches for the bend well that allows you to bend harmonics, bend strings. And this one was even shorter, so I'm guessing it's a 30-inch scale with the 2 inches for the bend well. So it's even smaller lengthwise. And I took that, and the Streamline worked great. But as I said, roll forward to 2018, I took that bass into Heathrow to travel to Germany to do a corporate event, and they went, "You're not going anywhere with that. You've got to get it into a packing box. You've got to check it in." And so even the Streamline didn't make it onto the plane. It made it to the gig and back, didn't get damaged. But now I've got some cheap basses in the collection, which if I go abroad, I'll do that. Or the other option is, like I've got a gig in Denmark at a festival in August. We're now hiring instruments in for me and the guitar player and the keyboard player. So I know I'm getting a precision. How bad that precision could be, I don't know, but I'll be taking a toolkit and Allen keys and screwdrivers with me and some spare strings, and we'll just do it. But it means I've got no grief checking in or coming back, so that works for me. I shouldn't turn that off because we could be here several hours. Okay, let's have a look. Lewis, I'm getting ready to split my pedal board into 3 channels. Lewis, your neighbours are going to kick you out of the flat. Mika, those are either walnut or purple art. I'm guessing. Let me take my glasses off. The old eyes aren't what they were. I think it's walnut. It's very hard to tell because they're very thin. It could be purple heart though. I'm going to go with walnut. But if I ever get a magnifier on it and I can pick out the colour a bit better, it might be purple heart, but we'll see. Mika Thomas, the deluxe ones would have maple and purple art neck laminates. Okay, on the standard like you have, they are thin veneers. Walnut is typical. Okay, if it looks brown, that's what you've likely got. Great. Okay, thank you. If they are really dark and have any colour, then likely purple art, which loses the purple vibrancy with time. This is a 1999, so we're talking 24 years old. Too tiny for me to tell on the live, of course, but send me a close-up and I'll confirm. Thank you. Patrick Sweeney, good evening, sir. Hope you're well. Hope the family are okay. You haven't given me an update on your sister-in-law, I think. We've got cancer in the family at the moment as well. My father-in-law's got a bout of cancer, going in for surgery this week. So fingers crossed there. And the rest of the bass glitterati, you smooth talker, you. Such a charmer. Vladimir, I'm in a jazz band, but I could not get a double bass. What would you recommend? Okay. Would you look at the NS range of sort of quasi uprights that don't have the big, large body? Maybe something like that. The other option would be to have an electroacoustic bass. A lot of players don't see that as a replacement for having an upright, but if you use flat wounds, you can always use a string mute as well. That's probably going to get you fairly close. Also, depends what your budget is. So the NS uprights, I say upright, but I'm sure you know what I mean. They're around £1,500 here in the UK. I don't know how much they are where you are. But again, let me know what your budget is. And if I can help, I will. A couple of weeks ago, I was playing with the Queen tribute, and we ran a song called My Melancholy Blues, which is on the News of the World album. It was Queen's one foray into kind of jazz. It's kind of jazz, but it's not. On the record, he uses a fretless precision, and he used it live as well. I wanted to kind of go for that uprighty sound without playing a fretless. And I used an Ibanez. Let me get the number right. Hold on. Got to do it right. I think it's an S. Right. Let me just find the video I've got on my channel for it, and I'll give you the right serial product number. Okay. It is. It is an Ibanez SRH 500-DEF, part of the SR series. So it's a semi-acoustic Ibanez, very thick body, very slim neck, has piezo pickups and an individual piezo volume for each string. So you can adjust the volume levels so you can get some consistency. That had flat wounds on it, and it sounded great on the gig. It sounded really uprighty. I played it over the edge of the fingerboard. So there's a fair bit of string flat, a lot of bass resonance. There's only like a tone control on it, but it just sounded fab. It sounded perfect for that song. So that's another option. There's plenty of electroacoustic basses you can look at as well, though. Let's have a look. Neoland, a Line 6 Variax has a nice double bass on board. Yeah, agreed. Lewis, I'm currently working on my signal strength. I converted my bass guitar to passive Bartolini pickups. Finding a preamp that doesn't colour the sound is not easy. No, this is a weekly problem, Lewis. I think you need to get yourself to some guitar stores, my friend, and try some out. Because otherwise you're going to find it's very expensive. Keep buying these preamps and they're not what you want. So I think you're going to need to go and get in the car and do a bit of driving around. Vladimir, some sort of fretless sounds like a shout. There's plenty of fretlesses out there. I'm assuming you know what I mean regarding the NS. Let me find a link for you. I know Bass Direct sell them. So I'm going to post this link, Vladimir. You click on it and then you tell me if you know what these are. So just bear with me a moment. Here we go. Right, so this is for Bass Direct in the UK, but it's just as an example to show you. So you click on this link, Vladimir. Tell me if you know what those are. Lewis, so I will offer up my findings. Source Audio Zeo or the Tech 21 Q strip. I have no experience of either, Lewis. The Source Audio stuff does seem to be really, really good. And the fact it comes with an app that you can go in and change all the parameters, Zeo might be the way to go. Tech 21 Q strip, I've got no experience of. And in fact, the Zeo, I don't either. Not even tried one in a shop. The Source Audio is more likely to fit the bill. I think so. I think so. Patrick Sweeney, thanks for asking, Mike. Without delving too deeply, the chemo is keeping things stable for my sister. Good stuff. Pleased to hear it. Graham, apparently the U bass does a decent upright sound. Good. Are we talking the Kayla U bass, Graham? And actually also, those look very sharp. I've seen some like them, but they look great. There's also another brand, Vladimir, called, and I did a review of one of these a couple of years ago. In fact, if you go onto Bass Direct, Vladimir, there's a whole section on acousticy basses. So there's the Yamaha SLB 300. It's £3,300, so not cheap. There's the Stylus Upright by Lightwave. That's 2,650. Export price is 2,200. Lightwave are really good basses. Kayla U bass, so yes, Graham, I'm guessing that. There's the Godan, Vladimir, the A4 and A5. But there's also a brand called Allegro by BSX Bass. They're made in the US and they're around, okay, between 3,000 and 3,500. So it depends how much you want to spend. The more you spend, the more choice you've got. If you're very limited in what you've got to spend, I think you're looking at an electroacoustic. So I've got a couple of Washburns. You might want to look at the Ibanez as well. Yamaha do some electroacoustics. Budget will determine everything, I guess. Lewis, the Zeo is all analog pedal, Source Audio first, I believe. I think you're right. And let me know how you get on with it, Lewis, because I'd be interested. What was I discussing? There was a topic of conversation there and I got lost on it. Nope, I think maybe we caught up there. Cool. Okay, it's 9:20 here in London. Live chat number 44 here on Brooks's Bass Corner. It's Tuesday evening, so this is where the bass chat's happening. If you've never been on a live chat before, certainly here on the channel or on other live chats, you're very welcome. It's good to see you. Good to have you along. Got any questions about bass guitars, bass speakers, bass amplifiers, combos, gig bags, pedals, strings, pedal boards, great bass players, bands with great bass players in them, albums with great bass lines on? If your gear's not working, let us know. If I can help, I'm more than happy to do so. What qualifies me to do that? Well, I've got over 4,000 gigs under my belt. I've been playing for 36 years, 28 as a professional. I wrote for Bass Guitar Magazine here in the UK from 2004 up to 2020. Then wrote for Bass Player Magazine from 2018 till 2022. I've had so much gear come through my hands over the years. I've seen most things. I've played a lot of things. When it comes to problems, gear breaking down, things going wrong on basses, I've probably experienced most of those as well. So if I can help you, give you some advice, point you in the right direction, I'm more than happy to do that. If I can't help, the chances are one of these fine, learned people that we have here on the live chat every Tuesday evening, they might well know. And we've solved many a problem here. So if we can help out, that's what we're here to do. I saw a couple of things pop up there. Graham, wondering if people still have a preference over digital versus analog pedals. I can't say I do. There are some effects that just sound better analog than digital. I've always found chorus to sound better analog than digital. I find digital chorus just sounds really clinical. But again, it depends on the bass. Depends what you're playing, how you're playing it, strings, circuitry. But then when it comes to delay, you want it to be precise and accurate. So that's kind of where digital stuff really made its mark was things on delays, reverbs, all that kind of thing. I don't generally have a preference. I'll listen, I'll take anything on its merit. So if I try something and I think, oh, that sounds really good, I can use that or integrate that somehow, then great. I don't have a technological preference. The same thing as I've always said, whether it's on live chats, any of the videos on social media, and I've said it for years. Every single instrument, take it on its merits. You could have 10 of the same instrument by the same brand from the same range next to each other, and they're not all going to sound the same. They're not going to play the same. They're not going to behave the same. They're not going to resonate the same. So when you pick up a bass, take it on its merits. Each one is going to be individual. So you might pick up, and I'll always go back to this. Well, two things I'll always go back to. The Squire Classic 60s jazz bass. It was £341 in the bass gallery in Camden. In 2019, I reviewed it. It was outstanding. It beat, to my ears, to my playing, it beat certain basses that were in there that were £4,000 of the same format. 2 single coil pickups, bolt on neck. This thing beat them. I was astounded. Wasn't surprised, but I was astounded. Then the other thing regarding this issue, when I was at Warwick for their bass camp in 2016, they had 2 basses made from wood from the same tree with the same pickups, made one set after the other, same materials, same windings, same electronics, same hardware, same strings. They had both of these basses set up to oscilloscopes. They played open strings and fretted notes across the whole bass, and then did the same on the bass next to it, and they both sounded different. The oscilloscope readings were different on both basses. So there you go. You can have 2 basses made from the same tree, not necessarily the same bit of wood, but the same tree, and they don't sound the same. And even with your best intentions of exactly the same components, it's not going to be the same. So that's my soapbox for the day. Sorry about that. Neoland, did you try the backbeat already? I tried one in a store about 2 or 3 years ago, and I really like it. But I use IEMs a lot now, and I've already got 2 packs going on. So I've got an ear pack and wireless pack for the bass. If I have the backbeat, that's 3 packs. It's a lot of weight to add on. We're all trying to make our instruments lighter, so I don't want to be adding weight. But also the quality of the sound I get, especially when I'm with Uncle Funk, because we're all on in-ear monitoring and we all have iPads and phones running our own mixers, I can make my sound like I'm listening to a CD. So to be honest, I have no need for the backbeat. I'm very happy with the sound I get. I don't need that physical thud. I just want quality of sound. So I get what the backbeat's about. I think it's a really good idea, but it's not for me. And it's just more batteries. And I'm going through enough anyway with basses, with active circuitry, LEDs, sound to light systems on one of my basses. Then we've got wireless for in-ears, wireless on the bass. It's a lot of batteries. The backbeat would just be more of that. So not for me, thank you, but a very good idea. Lewis, oh yes, they do. Graham, analog is king. Okay, digital for delay or reverb, as agreed. I just finished up my reverb rabbit hole. Good man, Lewis. Graham got you right, cool. Lewis, I have 2 reverb pedals and getting a 3rd for normal reverb. Since I have the Walrus Audio also, I think you mean, and the Eventide Black Hole pedal. That's a lot of reverb, Lewis. Mika Thomas from Alembic. I can't believe we've got Mika from Alembic. I'm quite dumbstruck, but thank you. I really appreciate you attending this evening. Thank you. Yeah, listen for yourself, and I recommend listening unamplified first. Agreed. Always. Having done, and I know this number is correct because I've in the past day constructed a table of everything I wrote for review in Bass Guitar Magazine and Bass Player. I did 230 bass reviews, and I would always listen to any bass before I plug it in and listen to how it plays unamplified acoustic. Always. If a bass sounds good acoustic and then it sounds bad once you amplify it, then there's something wrong or amiss with the pickups or circuit. I've had it the other way around, where a bass has sounded fairly average acoustic and then the pickups and circuit have projected it. But generally, as a rule of thumb, if it sounds pretty good acoustically, it's going to sound really great amplified. Mika, we make pairs of basses for Jimmy Johnson from the same tree, fretted and fretless, and yes, each has its own personality, despite the huge reduction of variables, but they are similar. Cool. Yeah. I mean, what we were seeing at Warwick was, we weren't allowed to go anywhere near it, but you could see it. The guy was doing it sort of behind the screen, and they'd play the notes and you'd see the oscilloscope graphs. And then you could see they would zoom in and show you that there were these disparities. And it was like, okay, get it. Because there's the thing people have always said, well, if you can get two basses made out of the same plank of wood or the same tree, then it's going to be, these graphs were showing that it wasn't. But yeah, I get you. You can get within the ballpark of similarity. Lewis, best cheap reverb pedal is TC Electronic Hall of Fame 2. You're probably right. I'm looking at the Empress, but she's pricey. Cool. Okay. Patrick, change the subject, Mike. What is your process in learning a new song? Is it by ear, tab, reading, play along YouTube? Cool. Now there's a question. Depends what the song is, Patrick. I've had different situations require different things. So if I've got time, then usually I will learn a song by ear as much as possible. And then if there are any tricky parts in it, I will go and look for a tab or a transcription and make sure that what I'm playing is right. I mean, a lot of songs, that we do with function bands, wedding bands, pub bands, club bands, we're approximating a lot of the time. You might play it right, or there might be a few bits that you miss out or just play differently. When you're playing for an original artist, it has to be, unless they say we're doing this and they give you a version to learn, you need to learn the original. But I've also found over the years that as well as learning the original, go onto YouTube and seek out as many different live versions as you can, because even if that's not the version you end up learning or playing, you can refer to it. If they suddenly say, oh, well, we did an arrangement of it 4 years ago where we went, da, 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 da. If you know it and you can, oh, you mean like this? That's brownie points. They're really pleased. But normally, if I'm learning stuff quick, so last minute dep, I'll just put the original on. Either I'll play it on YouTube, or if I've got it on my hard drive, just run it. Get the nuts and bolts. If I don't have loads of time, like for example, when I did Leather and Lace last year, which was a theatre show, I had 36 hours to learn 32 melodic rock songs. I wasn't going to be able to cram it all and keep it in my head. So I did cheat sheets for about 6 or 7 of them. So in that case, I will slow down the track and do it block by block. So intro, verse, chorus. Next verse and chorus are probably going to be similar. Fine. Middle 8 or bridge. Last chorus, anything flowery in the outro. And I'll have that cheat sheet. If I still need it on the gig, fine. If I don't, and I think I've learned it well enough, then great. If it's a pub or club gig and it's like you've literally got 24 hours or less to do it, then again, there might be cheat sheets. But if I know all the stuff pretty much, I'll still run everything once, so it's in the head. Also, if it's a band that I've played with before, I may well have recorded a set with them before, like live recording. So I'll always keep them on my MP3 player, which I've always got. So if someone rang me up and I was going somewhere and they said, we need a bass player tonight, can you do it? I can literally put that MP3 playlist on and have it playing in the background while I'm driving to their gig. And that has happened before. In fact, quite a few times. So that's kind of my approach. But as you know, I don't do theory. I don't read. So pretty much I'll listen to stuff, pick it up. If something's going by too quick and I can't get it, just slow it down. If there's a song and it's like 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes long, maybe a prog song or something, just do it block by block. You can look at things and think, oh, it's really complicated and I just don't think I can remember it. Just do it block by block. Perfect example, when I used to be in the Green Day tribute band, when we first did Jesus of Suburbia, it's 9.5 minutes long. Just broke it down into the sections and just learn each section. And once you're happy with that, go on to the next section. Then play the first section and the second section together. Got all of that right, then go to the third. Get the third right, then do 1 and 2. Can you now do 3 as well? And it's just the secret to learning stuff quick and sometimes retaining it as well is, it sounds weird, but it is the case. Take your time. Don't get flustered. And if you're looking at the clock thinking, I've only got a couple of hours to get these songs done, then write your cheat sheet, because you've got that then. But even if you write a cheat sheet, you've got to have a rough idea of being able to keep that song in your head. What's the format? What's the melody? And it's very hard sometimes. You're doing 30 songs or more, trying to hold all those songs. But if they're relatively familiar, or you hear them, you're going to know pretty much what's coming. You know, if you've never played ABBA songs, you've probably heard them often enough to know what bit's coming next. You know, you'd know the format for Dancing Queen even if you didn't know the notes. So there's that. So that would be my advice on that, I think. Patrick, and the same to everyone else. Yes, cool. Yes. How do you all learn songs? What's your thing? Lewis, the black hole is so vast and the sound quality is unbeatable. No bottom end loss, but nobody wants a vast bass line. True, but I'm having fun with it. Perfect for shoegazing music. Lewis, there's always a market. There's always someone that will want to hear that. Mika, I've tested with real-time spectrum analyzers to confirm that what you're hearing is real. Okay. Yeah. Kev, I managed to get a KK baby bass secondhand, which is more portable than my King double bass and sounds like the old Ampeg baby bass. Yeah, great for salsa and a pretty good double bass sound if a bit dead. Was that down to the strings or just the natural characteristics of the instrument? Takamine also came out with a model, I think the Calais, the B10 or similar, that could be played upright or regular. Sounded good, but pretty rare. Okay. Mika, I learn a new song the same way. Ear first, then seek out the tricky parts. Yeah, agreed. Graham, Mika, do you have a favourite bass, or is it like having to choose the favourite child? Yeah, and I bet at Alembic there's a few favourite children, I tell you. One day, when I'm next in the US, I come over that side of the States, I would love to come and pay Alembic a visit. I know you sometimes do open days. And obviously I'd let you know well in advance that I was potentially coming over, but I would love to see where these are made. I'm friends with Robert Kramer, who was one of your builders, your craftsman, and also John Prock, who was I don't know if he was like a salesman or an artist rep, but he was the guy responsible for getting Mark King on board, as I'm led to believe. Patrick, I learn by ear and then I check tabs and dots to see if I'm correct. Okay, although the tabs and dots aren't always correct. No, I found that. Lewis, has anyone ever heard the Langley bass rig yet? Langley? No. Is Langley the brand or is Langley a model? Lewis. Mika, my personal bass is an Essence in Kingwood and Cherry. Okay, it's my favourite, but there are runners up. Martin from Dublin, good evening. Good to see you. I'm a bit like you. You're always welcome, Martin. You know that. The funny thing is, I have two Alembics here in walnut, maple through necks. Obviously, that's got walnut laminates. This we think has got maple walnut laminates, very thin ones. Everyone always assumes these two basses sound very similar. couldn't be more different. The 20th anniversary model on the wall has a character which I associate with 60s, 70s, 80s alembics. This Mark King signature standard has a very, very different tone, very different compared to that 20th anniversary model. Not a fuller tone, a more robust tone. It kind of has more bottom end than the 20th anniversary, but the mids are quite different on this bass. The 20th anniversary is quite throaty. This one has a smoother mid-range, which actually makes, when you're slapping and playing pluck notes, they kind of stand out. It's like there's a big difference between the top and bottom on this bass. Whereas the 20th anniversary kind of has a throatiness that runs throughout it. I can't dial it out, and I wouldn't want to. It's what makes that bass sound the way it does. It's fabulous. Welcome anytime for a tour. Just appreciate it. Heads up first. I would probably not buy flight tickets minimum of 3 months ahead, so I would know well in advance, but thank you. Pickup position is much different. Yeah, it's one of the big differences between the two alembics you have. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that one's obviously closer than that. But they're great. I love the feedback I get from people on the videos that I've done with these on the channel. So there'll be a few people clocking in now thinking, well, why hasn't he got an amp? Why can't we hear it? We did that a couple of weeks ago. Actually, I probably could have done it again tonight, but you don't want to overdo it, do you? And we really did hammer it 2 weeks ago. So we did 2 live chats in a day. We did 3 till 6 and then 8 till 11. There's a lot of playing, a lot of demoing. So if you want to hear any of the basses that you see around me, chances are they will have appeared on live chat 42 and the impromptu live chat, which is titled Bass Demos. There were another load of basses demoed on that as well. So feel free to check those out, and I'll put links in the description box tomorrow. So what's coming up on the Alembic schedule, Mika? I presume the order book is pretty full. I think it's always full. And I never, every time I see new basses appear, it's like, it's just outstanding level of work. But I assume the order book is as busy as ever. Here's a question for you. If there was one player you could have on your artist roster that hasn't played Alembic or wasn't part of the, if you like, the list of famous names that we know have played, who would you have liked to have got on board? It's turning into Mika's bass chat. There is a question. We do keep very busy. We are making a bunch of the resin tops these days. Okay. No, you're not taking over at all. No, you're very welcome. Anytime. We don't get such bass playing royalty on the live chats very often, so you'll find me and the others probably firing questions at you. So I should give a shout out to all the new subscribers. Thank you very much for subscribing over the recent weeks. It's been quite startling, the amount of new subscribers, so thank you. If you've left comments on the videos or given the videos thumbs up, really appreciating it. Thank you for that. And thank you to all the new followers on the various social media platforms. Facebook's up, Instagram is rocketing, literally in the past week, because I've suddenly discovered Instagram Reels, sorry, not YouTube, Instagram. I suddenly got my Reels working because the videos you see here on the YouTube channel are saved in a different audio format. So a lot of videos on YouTube are saved in AAC. When I did my initial videos here on YouTube, I tried using AAC and I was getting all sorts of resonance, fluttering with playing low notes. Bass frequencies were causing it a problem. So I switched over to making videos in Dolby. That got rid of the fluttering, thank goodness. But I've always kept my videos in that format. So whenever I've made any vertical format 9:16 videos, they've been in with a Dolby audio codec. Could never understand why my videos wouldn't work as Instagram Reels. Searched on Google a million times. Why isn't my sound playing on my video on Instagram? You see these help sheets that are basically the same thing. Change your drivers, clear the cache, reinstall Instagram. Found one post that basically said, these are the formats you need to use for Instagram Reels in 2023. And it said, the audio codec needs to be AAC. Penny dropped, saved a couple of my shorts for YouTube Shorts, re-rendered them with AAC audio. They all worked. All worked. So, been posting up on Instagram Reels once or twice a day for the past week, and numbers are up. So, thank you very much to everyone on Instagram that's following those. I really do appreciate that, because that was a thorn in my side. I could not work out why this wasn't working. Once someone gave us all the formats that you got to follow, it suddenly becomes very simple. So I could have probably grown my presence on Instagram far quicker had I known that information. But there we go. Better to get there eventually than not at all. So Facebook followers up, Instagram followers up, Twitter's about the same. Twitter for base sites doesn't really work. Now on TikTok, so if you're on TikTok, you can follow us there. Discord, we're on Discord. Aren't we, Lewis? We're on Discord. And Blaine Lewis, he was on last night as well. And a couple of others, I think, popped up. But it's all good. We're going places, so it's all good. Alexa used the Force. Alembics are the Holy Grail. Tell me about it. The day I got my first one, I was over the moon. The fact I got another one a year later. In fact, I'll tell the story. So if you haven't already seen the bass collection video here on the channel, which goes through all my basses, I acquired this rather wonderful Alembic Mark King signature standard on the 17th. Well, I secured its purchase on the 17th of January 2015. So that was a fairly momentous day. So that night I was going to see Queen at the O2 with Adam Lambert. Earlier in the day, I was due to do a 30-minute interview with Neil Fairclough, bass player for Queen. He was a friend of a friend. We were going to do an interview for the magazine, and it was about time we did some Queen stuff, and this was going to follow on to a future feature on John Deacon, Queen being my favourite band of all time, John Deacon being a huge inspiration and influence on me. So met Neil, thinking we're just going to chat for half an hour. We were there nearly 4 hours, 3.5, I think. Found that we have exactly the same influences, into the same music, into the same bass players, all the same kind of references growing up, you know, Star Wars and video games and bass players and music and bands and Made a friend for life. Going to see Queen later that night. So what am I going to do in the time in between? Go and look at some basses, of course. Go to the bass gallery in Camden. Walk through the door, see my friend John, who works there. Oh, you've come to see the Alembic. And I was like, what Alembic? He said, the Alembic that's coming. I went, no, I don't know what you're talking about. A guy had come in that week and basically had brought with him about 7 or 8 really high-end basses. So there's this Alembic, there were a couple of Statuses, 2 GB guitar, I think 2 Spitfires, 2 or 3 Sadowskis. Now, I can only surmise either the guy had a huge tax bill to pay, or a credit card bill had come in, or he just had way too much gear and he was just downsizing a bit. Anyway, this bass was on a stand at the back. John obviously was there a year before when I bought the 20th anniversary. So this bass is stood there, and I thought, well, okay, similar spec timber-wise to what I've already got. Just plug it in, see how it sounds. And it was instantly clear to me this thing was going to sound, or did sound, totally different to that bass. And he looked at me, he said, do you want it? I went, absolutely. I said, this is not going right. I said, you might as well get the case out. I want this bass. What's the price? Spoke to the guy that was selling. He was happy to do it for that. And I was going off on one of my Israel trips about 2 weeks later, and there was a minor scratch on the headstock. And I said to John, can you sort that? He said, oh, yeah, we can sort that. It's no problem. So I said, well, look, while I'm away, you get the headstock sorted. I'll pick it up when I come back from Israel. He's like, no, that's a plan. Fine. He said, can you pay a deposit? I went, yeah. So that was that. And then I came to pick this up, I think about 3 days after I got back from Israel. So it was quite a monumentous day. 17th of January, 2015. Yes, indeed. Okay, let's catch up here. Mika, I would have loved to hear Jacko, of course. Yes. When I watch videos, I feel like he's putting more in than we get to hear. Yeah, agreed. We hear a lot. Recently watched Joni Mitchell, Shadows and Light. Well, quite, if that's one of his prime examples. Now there's a thing, Mr. Brooks. The Mika Thomas takeover on Brooks's Bass Corner. Let's put an idea in my head. I'll float the idea, Mika. Would you like to do a duo live chat at some point? Not today, but we can set it up so we go live. So basically there's a facility within YouTube now for live chats. This is a solo live chat. There's an option there that says go duo. So actually you could be on a live chat. I can open the floor up to bass players. If we could do it in advance and we would know, I could promote it and you can have some interaction with a lot of the bass players out there who frequent this channel and wider as well. So if that was something you might be interested in doing, I can certainly facilitate that. Thanks, Alexa. Use the force, yes. Start by Stacey. Yeah, very good. So, yeah. Patrick, if money was no object, I'd get an Alembic. Although I'm not sure which gigs it would be safe to take to. Well, I've said this, Patrick, on numerous occasions. I take these basses out as often as I can. If I know the gig I'm doing, or the venue, or the stage, and I know I've got room that I'm not going to bash them, then I'll take them. If I know that the venue or the amount of stage space or the amount of people in the band is going to make it a bit prohibitive, I won't risk it, just because I just don't want to damage them. But when I know a venue and the stage, the amount of room I've got allocated to me allows me to take one of these with me, they're going. Because it just sounds like nothing else that I've got in the collection. And they're just a pleasure to play. Yeah, Martin, Mika Thomas, Shadows and Light was a tour de force, such a great lineup. Absolutely. Don't worry, Stacey, I'm named after the mineral. You don't run into it every day. It's more like Mika. Micah, thank you. Right, very good. Here's me calling it Mika, sorry. Martin Fat, I could watch it 100 times and not get bored. I could watch anything with Jacko and not get bored, to be honest. There was so much about the guy. Talking Alembic, what about the famous Grateful Dead Alembic, Micah? Alex, don't forget to hit the thumbs up symbol and smash the bell. Absolutely. I think what you'll find, Alexa, is a lot of the people here on the live chat are already subscribers to the channel. So usually, as a matter of course of coming onto the live chat, they already hit the like. But I will always take more likes, thumbs ups, notification bells, subscribers. If you are dropping into the live chat and you're thinking, what is all this about? Feel free to hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you'll be notified of these live chats, video uploads, and any messages and posts on the community tab. Stacy, got it. That's pretty damn cool. Okay, Micah. I know people bring them to some shady places. They just keep an eye on them. Certainly we build them to be played. Correct. I know I have bases dotted on the walls, guys, but you know as I do, they all come out for something. What can I tell you about the dead? Absolutely, quite a bit, I would imagine. Yeah, we should do that sometime. I can take you on a tour and show off some cool stuff. Perfect. I'll be in touch, Micah. We'll communicate by email or something, and we'll sort that out for a later time that works for you, works for me as well. I'll advertise it, and we'll try and turn it into a really good live chat. Micah, I know it was heavily modified. Who has it now? Oh, is it a guy called Kevin Barnes, I think, in the States? I think has he got that number one? I think. I can't remember. Patricini, there were many bases we made, Phil. Most was continuously modified. Maybe you mean the quad Starfire modification. I think that might be. Yeah, Phil still owns that base. He's got some crackers, let's be fair. Scott, good to see you. Hello. Wow, I love that alembic you're holding. There we go, Mikey, you see. Reputation precedes me. Hi, Scott. I hope you're well. Thank you for the posts. Hope that precision you bought is playing well. I think you bought Professional 2, the blue burst affair. Hope that is going well. Actually, I should announce while we've got Micah on here, I'm going to be doing a video. Now, I don't know where it is in the schedule, but I'll be doing it at some point on how to set one of these beauties up. So for the past 9 years, I've been setting these alembics up myself. They were set up when I bought them. They've pretty much stayed fairly constant. There isn't a lot I've needed to change. However, climatic changes, humidity, temperature, these things will change a wooden necked and wooden bodied base. So with the alembics, there's so many, what's the word I'm thinking of? There are so many aspects that can be altered and changed and tweaked. Some players might find it confusing. I don't, because there was a guy, I think on the Alembic Club website, I think one of your technicians, Micah, put kind of, you need to do this, then once you've done that, you do this, and then and it worked a treat. It was at Joey, thank you. Yep, you got it. It works perfectly, and it worked for me. One of my necks moved when we had a really cold winter, and that winter sort of lasted well into spring and sort of early summer. And when I came to play that bass, it needed a tweak here and there, and I didn't have time to get it to the gallery in Camden. So it was a case of, you're gonna have to do this yourself, Mike. So armed with the spanner for the truss rods, and the various bits and bobs. I did that one myself. It was a learning curve. I won't deny it, but once learned and wrote down what I did and the process I did it, it made total sense. So at some point I will do videos on how to set these up. It won't be much to do because they play great, but I can go through it step by step, and if anyone then has questions or people to watch them, or even if someone just wants a reference video in order to do their own alembic at a later date, they'll be able to have a look at that if they feel confident enough to do it. Most setup stuff I can do, and I know how I like my basses to play. So for me, knowing that, if ever you then come across a problem and your bass has just moved, the neck's moved a bit, or something's just not quite right, you can kind of determine what the issue is. Yes, please. Yes, you can post a link. Yeah, I'll let you know when they're done, Micah. I'll sort that. I don't know when I'll do them. Maybe during the summer when I've got a couple of days off. Where are we in the chat? Okay, Alexa. Obviously, we're going through hard times with the cost of living crisis, but a custom bass is so out of reach when here in the UK, when basses like Stingrays, etc., are selling new for 3,000 plus. Alexa, that's why you buy second hand. You get far more value for your money. A Stingray new, yeah, it's 3,000. They weren't. They were around about £1,500 about 10 years ago, and Ernie Ball have basically tried to keep up with new Fender prices. And yeah, it's pushed a lot of stuff out. Cost of living, world cost, transportation costs of fuel, everything's gone up. So all the instruments have kind of gone up. But custom basses, I've never had a problem buying secondhand. Really, if a bass has got a problem, generally I'll pick up on it before I put my money down, and then it's a case of, do I want to go through the process of making this right, and how much it's going to cost me to do it? If it's something I can do myself, then I don't see a problem. If it's something electronically, pickups, circuitry, or something else structurally that I can't do because I don't have the skills, then usually I'll walk away. But look, I got this fine example of a bass for less than a new Stingray now. Okay, I bought it secondhand 8 years ago, but it didn't cost £3,000, even though it's worth every penny of it. So it's just a case of keeping your eyes open, canny shopping. I stumbled upon this out of sheer luck. Had I not gone to the bass gallery that day, this probably would have sold before I even got anywhere near it, before I even knew it was there. The 20th anniversary one, that was back then a guy called Alex Carter, evening Alex if you're watching, was working at the gallery, and he knew I was after an alembic. I'd put the money aside to buy one, but I didn't know what I would get, because at that time I couldn't afford to have a new alembic made. And because they're so rare here in London and the UK, you don't know what's going to come up on sale secondhand until it does. And that appeared in the shop on a Friday afternoon. A guy, I think he was a lawyer in the centre of London, quite well off, had loads of gear, but couldn't play. Basically used to prance around in front of his mirror, miming to songs, apparently. And he put the 20th anniversary model in, and Alex rang me. He said, I've got a 20th anniversary here. Do you want it? I said, can you hold it for me until tomorrow morning? He said, yeah. I said, fine. I'll be there when you open the door. He said, there are other people that are interested in it. I said, that's fine. Let me play it first. If it's not for me, I'll tell you, and let the other guys have a go. I said, but if it's for me, I'll be buying it there and then. And I got in there, played it for about 10 minutes, and I said to the guys, you might as well go home. This is coming home with me. This was my 42nd birthday present to myself. So yeah, there we go. And it's been a happy relationship ever since. Let's see. Yeah. Micah, his Osiris alembic bass is being played at the Skull and Roses Festival starting tomorrow. It's in a private collection now, but the owner gets it out in front of an audiences regularly. Excellent. I'm not a fan of people buying basses and putting them in cases and hiding them away. Play them. Even if you're not playing them out in front of audiences, play them at home. These things will sound better the more they're played. That's why a lot of vintage Fenders sound... You can have old vintage Fenders that have been put away in their cases. People go, oh, it doesn't sound as good as the one over there that's all beaten up. It's got stories to tell. It's been played. Transference of resonance, string movement, vibration. It all goes into making guitars what they are. Yeah. That's helped so many do their own setups, the Joey instruction sheet. It's hard to teach someone exactly what you need in setup. So much better to have it in your control. Exactly. For years, I thought it was a black art. I couldn't understand when I'd see techs and luthiers and all that doing setups. And I'm thinking, well, how do they know all this stuff? It's by doing it. And if you're doing it regularly and you're learning on low cost, I'll say inferior, say like £100 bass, just buy £100 bass and learn how to do setups, learn how to do refrets. Frets protruding off the neck, fine. Get a fret file that does the edges and learn how to do it. Everyone expects everything to be I can instantly do it. No. It's like anything. You got to work at it. Got to practice, like being an athlete. Setting up a bass. I couldn't work it out for years, and then I watched enough videos and read enough magazines and articles on setups. It's like, okay, follow it step by step. The bass in your hands on a workbench. Get the tools. A lot of people don't do it with like specific measurements and the exact this and that, and they'll do it. How does it feel and how does it sound like? That's fine. That's a way of doing it. But at least if you do it based on manufacturer's guidance for string height at specific frets, relief, intonation, action, you've got a point of reference. So if it's 13/64 of an inch relief and it feels too high for you, well, then you're going to have to reduce the amount of relief and bring those 13ths down to 12 or 11. So if you have those specifications, if you like, for me that makes more sense. Then I know, it's like I think the space between the bottom of the string and the pickup is meant to be 3/8 of an inch. So if I can get a 3/8 of an inch Allen key between, then that's generally what I'm going on. And if it isn't that, and I can't get the thing below there, then I know I haven't got 3/8 of an inch space. I haven't got that amount of room. But that's kind of what works for me. Not everyone's the same. Okay, let's have a look here. Tom Sage, my cousin, good to see you. Never got around to setting mine up, just got on and started playing. If you have any problems with that, Tom's my cousin. At the grand old age of 40, having never shown any inclination to be a bass player, he's decided he would like to be a bass player. Bought his first bass, came to see me a couple of weeks ago playing, and we're getting him on the road of being a bass player. If you have any problems, Tom, ask me. If you want, we'll go on a video call and I'll talk you through it. We'll do it bit by bit. It's easy. I won't say it's easy. I can teach you how to do it. It's not a problem. Scott M, what model is that Alembic? This is a Mark King Signature Standard from 1999. Very lucky to have it. Love playing it. It's outstanding. I've got no other bass in my collection that sounds remotely like it. And then the one on the wall is a 20th anniversary from 1989. And I don't have anything that sounds like that either, even remotely close to how that sounds. This doesn't sound like it. And likewise, that doesn't sound like this. But yeah, very good. Neoland, I did find out I prefer second-hand basses. Cool. New basses feel stiff comparing to basses already played. Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't have a problem buying new basses if I'm in a project and I need it. I'm happy to do the playing. Jim Hawkins, good to see you. I haven't had an email from you, Jim, regarding lessons. I I'm guessing you'll just get around to it when you're ready. But I hope you're well. Hope everything's good. Hope you had a good week. Micah at Scott. There's a Mark King standard on the Strat, 20th anniversary on the wall. Yeah. Scott M, awesome. Very, very awesome. Both of them. I will put video links in the description box tomorrow when this video goes up. So at the moment here on the channel, there are demos of both of these alembics. There will be review videos, which I've been promising for 2 years, but just there's so much going on that saying I'm going to do a review video doesn't, it just, things get added to the list on a daily basis. There will be individual review videos for both. I'm going to do a comparison video as well. So if someone wants to see how they both sound up against each other, you haven't got to keep flicking between two separate videos. There'll be one video and you can hear the differences. When I put a brand new set of strings on both at the same time, because these ones are a bit, they're dying. Jim Hawkins, busy week. I know the feeling. I'll email you tonight. No problem, mate. As and when it works for you. Not a problem. Mike, what gauges do you have on your Mark King? I've got 4000s on here. Rotor Sound, swing bass 66. Still round wounds. On the 20th anniversary, I've got Picato. I think they're nickel rounds, 4000 on there. I did toy with putting a 4505 on there. I don't tend to use 3000s. I kind of got out of that back in like 1990. The thing with using 3090s a la Mark King is that they're great for doing his style of playing, but when you're in a band, you need a bottom end. I like 4000s because they're kind of that crossroads between solidity that you'd get with a 4505, that they keep the slinkiness and bendability of like 3090s, 3595s. But I like that happy medium 4000, and it also kind of keeps the necks not more stable, but with lighter gauge strings, you're always you're working with the truss rods, and I prefer to make things really easy for myself. So 4000s on all my basses have been pretty stable. The only thing I really use 4505s on would be my Fenders and my Stingrays, generally. But I don't tend to drop below that. I've got a Status Matrix here with a graphite neck. That's got 3595s on. But I haven't used a set of 3090s since 1999 when I had a JD. And that bass had its own issues, regardless of the fact it had light gauge strings on. When it had heavier gauge strings on, the neck was like a banana and all over the place, and it had problems. But I don't generally use 3090s. I find it's just too thin for the gigs that I do, really. Jim Hawkins, will you be streaming at any of your upcoming gigs? Yes, I will. Probably what they'll be will be impromptu live chats before and after. And there might be, I might do some filming of footage to create like proper edited videos. The problem I have, Jim, with streaming when we're performing or posting or uploading footage of us playing is the fact that we're playing covers in literally all the things I play in. So whether it's Uncle Funk, the Queen tributes, the ABBA tributes, function bands, it's all covers. And as I found out to my own dismay in December, the YouTube algorithm will pick up on music, whether you're performing it or it's just in the background very faintly, and hit you with a copyright claim. And if you're really unlucky, a copyright strike. I was doing an impromptu live chat in December, and there was some music playing in the main hall where the stage was, where we were playing. We were in our dressing room, door was shut. the YouTube algorithm picked up there was music playing in the background, and that live chat now, I have to pay half of what I earn to the writer of Love Train by the OJs. The YouTube algorithm picked up that Love Train was playing in the background, and now I have to forfeit half of those earnings on that video, which will be pennies, to the writer of Love Train. So I don't, if you've watched any of the bass string experiment videos from Uncle Funk shows or Queen shows or ABBA shows or what have you, I don't ever include the audio from the performance in there, because I'm going to potentially get hit with a copyright claim. And at worst, I could get hit with a copyright strike. And if I get 3 strikes, that's your channel gone. So I don't ever take the risk. And you'll find across my whole channel, I try to keep as far away from copyright issues as I possibly can, which is why you'll find no videos of me, or certainly at the moment, no videos of me playing famous songs. I could do it. It would build my subscribers. I get loads of views, loads of likes, but I'm not going to earn any money off those videos, because they're going to end up in copyright claims. And you don't know which songs or which songwriters will incur copyright strike. So rather than even risking it, I tend not to even go near any of that. So that's that excuse. Sorry. But yes, there will be live streams, impromptu stuff, certainly at the festivals. It will all depend on what the Wi-Fi is like, and also what my mobile internet is like. So if I can stream without there being too much loss of quality, we'll be doing it. Who knows, we might have some famous players on, because I'm doing quite a few festivals with famous bands on the lineup. Micah, the 20th anniversary probably have 45s to start with. Okay, seems basses we send to the UK are either 40s or 30s. There's one player responsible for that. Yes, lower tension means more truss rod adjustments. Yeah, that's kind of why I like sticking at 4000s. But I haven't tried 4505s on either of them yet. That could happen. But to be honest, on the gigs that I've used both of these alembics at the moment, 4000s is that perfect mix between a really good slap sound, good finger sound, plenty of beef if I'm playing with a pick, but enough sort of bendability, without being too kind of stodgy, which you might get with 4505s. It's hard to display acoustically. If I had an amp and a cab set up, we could hear this a lot better. But I do, 4000s has worked for me since 1990, 91. But like I say, I'll use a heavier gauge on my Fenders and my Stingrays, or a general sort of PJ kind of thing. My Spectre is a funny one, because the Spectre likes, or my Spectre Euro 4 LX likes 180 and then a heavier gauge on the D and G. So I'm probably going to use what am I looking at, 65 45. So it'll be 180 65 45. If I do 4000, the D and G are just, they just fall off the fingerboard. It's horrendous. If I use a heavier gauge, 45 to 105, the E and the A are just too bulky for that neck, from my preference. When I'm playing fingerstyle, it's like really, it's like playing a bit of rope, not for the faint of heart. So I did a couple of custom sets when I was with Piccato Strings, and I got them to I said, make me up 2 sets of 180, 65, 45, and that just seemed to work on that bass. So that uses a different thing. I'm trying to think what else. Well, I think that's my only changes really on the string front. Plus 3090 goes dead very fast. Yeah, that's why Mark used to use 2 basses every show. Sometimes use one, change for a second, and come back to the first one, because he would just absolutely clatter the strings into submission, which is fine if you've got a string deal and you're getting free strings and You can go through the strings as you like. If you're a working player, doesn't matter how cheap you get the strings, you can't really be using 3 sets of strings on a gig, unless you're in a level 42 tribute band, of course. Then it kind of makes sense. But yeah, actually I'm going to put this on its stand. So. I'll get the other one down there. There we go. Come to that. There we go. So considering this bass is 10, 20, 34 years old, it's in exceptionally good nick. The only thing it's got, and it had it on the day I picked it up, was on the back of that Omega. There's a little knock of lacquer off it. And the only other thing was there's a patch on the back. It's not showing up. Ah, there it is. It's in the middle. Where the original owner, I think, someone at some point, there's like a bit of a misty patch on the lacquer. I don't know if you can see it. You probably can't. That's not showing up. But that's it. Otherwise, this thing is perfect. Perfect condition. So like I said, the owner before me used to buy very expensive basses, and he'd mime in front of his bedroom mirror playing records, which is fine, each to their own. But a bass like this really needs to be taken out and used as often as possible, frankly. So these are no, these are 4000s, but they're nickel piccatos, which isn't normally my my preference, but I had so many leftover sets when I last restrung it of piccatos from when I was an artist with them, and they work great on here. Oh. Yeah. The neck's quite different on this, dimensions wise, but it's a great player. Yeah. Hey, Paul. Good to see you. Friend Paul from Glasgow, going through a few health issues. Hope you're well, my friend. Glad you've managed to get on here this evening. You're very welcome. I was about to answer Micah's question, so I noticed that a question says, what gauges do you have in your Mark King? There you go. Russell Zauner, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're good. Somehow YouTube tells me at 2 hours in every time. It could be to do with the UTC clock. So wherever you are, Russell, I always set this up. Well, it's through YouTube. It's always set up for 8 p.m. UK time. So bear in mind, our clocks have gone forward since the kind of end of March. I don't know where you are, Russell. So yeah, there's something to do with the unless you're coming in through Facebook, because Facebook events, I know when I've set times up for events on there before, people have turned up on a live chat late and they said, but YouTube said it was the right time. It's the UTC clock. I don't set that. That's Facebook's doing. So it might well be PST. Okay, you're so you're on the West Coast, I guess. LA, San Francisco way, maybe. Kevin, Seabase, those nickel piccatos really saved the fretwear. Yeah, that wasn't the reason for putting them on. It was just I had a surplus of them in the string box and I thought I'd see what they sounded like last time I strung this up. But they kept their twang, put it that way. Now, I was just diddling on YouTube rabbit holes for a few hours. Most stuff just turns up on the sidebars. Okay, no worries. In a reasonable time. If you want to attend the live chats regularly, Russell, if you go just into the channel, I've set up on the videos list now, you'll be able to see all the upcoming live chats. If you click on one, when you come through to the front screen, you'll see a grey like rectangle that says notify me. If you hit that, it'll send you a reminder, probably, I think it's about 10 or 15 minutes before the live chat starts. So then you'll be on time. If you so wish. You don't have to. It's up to you, man. Actually, I think I'm putting tapes on my new bass. Okay, cool. Cool. No worries. Tapes are great if you're looking for that sort of sound. I have this set of white gold labellas I've been hoarding. Ah, yes. You've mentioned these to me. Do it. Get them on and come back to us. Let us know your findings. Paul, well, my friend, you know I've always gone for preference of 3090s, but after buying the full concert footage of the 1998 bass day featuring Michael Manring, I think it was 20 on his G. Yeah, probably. Michael's a lovely guy. Met him a couple of times at London Bass Guitar Show. Really good. A cool hang is the best description. Russell, those just turn up in email for some reason, so I turned them off. Okay. Well, I did just get a Fender Prophecy 2 in antique burst. It's amazing. I'll bet. Built in Japan. Excellent. Mike Thomas, Phil Lesh uses a 40 on his C string. Goodness. Wow. I dread to wonder where he goes up. That's 40 on a C. Wow. Yeah, that's fairly. Yeah, okay. What are the rest of his string gauges, Micah? Russell, the demos I've seen show tape strings as being actually fairly bright because the core is smaller gauge inside to the equivalent bare string to fit in the nut. Right, okay, got it. Micah, 40, 55, so it's a G. Okay. 70, 85, 100, 115. Okay. So it's like it's a very staggered increase. That probably makes sense. And he plays with a pick, doesn't he? So, yeah. Yes, there's not a lot of change. There's not as much change between 100 and across to the 55. Got it. And the low B is a 115, so it's quite, yeah, okay. Interesting. So if it's around half wound brightness, I'll be quite pleased since I like half wounds. I like half wounds too on acoustic instruments. They work for me. Russell Zana, what I'm hoping is the sound isn't too thin. No, I don't think you'll get thin off tape wounds. I think you'll be quite happy with those. Micah, his thinking is to keep the masses more similar for more similar tone. Yeah. Plus, he plays with a pick by the bridge, so the tension difference isn't as noticeable to him. Yes, and he's singing the show, isn't he? So I guess he wants less to think about in that sense. But a fingerstyle player would hate his setup. I bet that would be quite a little disconcerting with them all kind of that change of gauge being actually not that big a change. Yeah, you feel like playing a load of strings of a similar gauge, like putting A's across the whole bridge, whole neck. Quick drink here, and we're going to do the big sell. Haven't done it for an hour or so. It's 25 past 10. Right, big sell time. Here we go. Big breaths. Right. Welcome to live chat number 44 here on Brooks's Base Corner. It's London town. It's currently coming up to 25 past 10 on Tuesday evening. We start at 8 o'clock. If you've only just arrived, you're welcome. Where have you been? It's the number one place for Base Chat on YouTube on a Tuesday evening. If you're new to the channel, you're very welcome. It's good to see you. Good to have you along. If you're a regular here, you know the drill. We've been doing it for weeks, months, years. 44 live chats we have. If you want to catch up on any of them, heaven forbid, but they're all available here on the live chat playlist on the YouTube channel. So if you go back to number one, which dates back to December 2020 when we were in lockdown, feel free. And they come all the way through to now. The record currently is 5 hours and 17 minutes, which was about 3 weeks ago. I'm not sure we're going to beat that tonight. I don't intend to try and beat that. That was an exceptional live chat that night, and it fired for hours. The conversation just carried. I was close to getting a quilt and a duvet and a pillow and sort of carrying on like that. It was 25 past 1 in the morning when I got into bed after that live chat. So they're not all that long. So if you've never been on a live chat before, you're very welcome. The way this works is a two-way conversation. So if you don't get involved in the conversation, you just have to listen to me wittering on for an hour. We're well past that. We're into 2 hours, heading up towards 2.5 hours of live chat. We are very lucky to have one of the bass designers, makers, part of a very historic bass family. We've got Micah Thomas from Alembic with us on the live chat this evening. I can't believe it. She did kind of forewarn me that at some point she would attend a live chat. I didn't know if she would. I didn't know she was going to make it this evening, but she has, and we're very lucky to have her here. So you're very welcome, Micah. Anytime you want to drop in on the Brooks's Base Corner live chat, you can. So how does a live chat work? So this is the video window. If you're on the mobile app, the live chat window is directly below this video screen. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. You put your insertion point, your cursor, your mouse pointer, whatever, into the live chat window, type your message or comment, press send. It pops up on my window. When I see it, I'll respond to it. If you're looking for help or advice, you want to ask a question or comment on something about basses, bass amps, bass speakers, bass combos, gig bags, strings, leads, straps, effect pedals, how to set pedal boards up. If your amplifier's not working, if something on your bass isn't working as it should, or you don't know how to set up your bass, or you're thinking about changing strings, or you're looking to buy a new bass or a pedal or an amp, you'd like some advice or some pointers, feel free to ask. If I can't help one of the very learned people that we have here on the Base Chat every week, they might know the answer. If between the lot of us, none of us know, then we'll certainly be able to point you towards some other people, some other channels, or some other websites that might be able to help you. In the description box below, you will find affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon. So there's Amazon UK and Europe and Amazon US and worldwide. The way affiliate links work, if you've got a bass related purchase, a bass, amp, pedal, gig bag, strings, picks, leads, cleaning materials, maintenance equipment, click on any of the affiliate links in the description box, take you through to that retailer. Find the item you want, put it in your basket. The channel will receive a very small affiliate payment. You will also find links in the description box for Brooks's Base Corner merchandise. So there's two stores, a UK and Europe store and a US and worldwide store. You too can own Brooks's Base Corner branded merchandise. There's t-shirts, hoodies, long sleeve t-shirts, baseball shirts, socks, loungewear, iPhone cases, cups, mugs, glasses, water bottles, more things than I can shake a stick at. And you can also buy Brooks's Base Corner caps if you're that way inclined. If you're new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. Please give the video a thumbs up, and any of the videos on the channel will benefit from a thumbs up. It shows the algorithm that you like what we're doing here on the channel. In the live chat window at the bottom, you'll see an emoji icon. If you give the emoji icon an absolute leathering, YouTube and the algorithm love it because you're getting involved in the conversation. Next to the emoji icon, you'll see a dollar symbol. That's called Super Chat. That allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel. Allows me to keep this going for hopefully many years to come. It allows me to buy boom stands, lights, microphones, leads, cables, cloud lifter preamp boxes, microphone baffles, pedals, more stands, more leads, all the gear that you see here on the channel being reviewed and demoed. That's either my private collection or things I've had to buy. All the workshop videos, the tools, the maintenance equipment, the cleaners, the creams, the sprays, the waxes, all the cloths, all of that comes out of my own pocket. So if you hit the super chat button, that allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel. Underneath the video, you'll see a series of icons. There's a thumbs up, so if you're enjoying the video, please hit that. There's a thumbs down, so if you don't like my presentation style or you don't like what we do on the channel, that's fine. Just drop me a message in the comment box. Let me know what you don't like. I'll try and fix it. You'll see a share button. We've just had a super chat payment from the lovely Scott M, $19.99. Scott, you're the lucky recipient of a screaming goat. You get 3 of those, my friend. If you like the screaming goat, there's affiliate links to buy them from amazon.co.uk, amazon.com in the US. It's in the description box. It's the very top link. If you want one, you can have one. I've plastered this across social media today. I hope you can hear it. Basically, it's a stress reliever, apparently. So if you're in a band with some pains in the arse, you've got to deal with Bridezilla, you're trying to do a wedding contract and they're trying to cut the money down. Maybe your agent is trying to rip you off for extra commission. That's how it works. Thank you, Scott. Very much appreciated, my friend. And I love that new Fender you bought. So underneath the video, you'll see icons. Thumbs up if you're enjoying the video. Thumbs down if you're not enjoying the video. There's a share button there. Allows you to share the video out, social media and email. There's a save button for you to watch the video at a later date. Somewhere along that row, you will see a love heart with a dollar symbol. That's called Super Thanks. Works in exactly the same way as Super Chat, like Scott just used to donate $19.99 to Brooksy's Bass Corner. Every video on the channel has that facility because we're a monetized channel. Stacey Ann, thank you very much. $19.99. You can have 3 screaming goats as well. This will become a regular thing, I tell you. Thank you, Stacey. Very much appreciated. So Super Thanks works in exactly the same way as Super Chat. It literally, you hit that button, you tell YouTube how much you wish to donate to the channel, and it's as simple as that. That's how it works. Then the last thing, if you want to follow us on any of the social media platforms, we're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Be Real, Quora, Reddit, TikTok, Discord. I think there's probably a couple of others, but I've forgotten. We're on all of those. So if you're on there, find us, check us out, enjoy the conversation. Thank you. Okay, done the big sell. Thank you guys, very much appreciate that. That's great stuff. Thank you. No, please don't hesitate to hit that like button. Right, I've got to get back into the chat here. Micah, I can't play it at all. We're talking about Phil Leish's Lembic here. The lower strings are so floppy and the upper so very, very tight, but it works for him. We're bass players. We're odd breeds. We all like something different. Lewis Wingrove, please don't hesitate to hit that like button. Correct. Well said, Lewis. Well done, my friend. Stacey's hitting the emojis. Very good. Micah, thanks for letting me type so much. It was much fun. Micah, anytime you are welcome. Even if you just want to come and sit in on the chat and just see what's happening, you want to get involved, you are more than welcome. You're royalty here. So yeah, and as you've probably found, we're quite a cool bunch here. Loads of Alembic fans. Probably got loads of questions. If we know you're going to be on, we'll probably think of things to ask you in advance, but you're welcome anytime. And anyone from Alembic who, if you any of your work colleagues at the headquarters, at the mothership, of course, want to join in, feel free. You're more than welcome. We don't tolerate nonsense here on Brooks's Base Corner. We like chilled out, easygoing people. So thankfully, we haven't had too many nutcases for a very long time. So Stacey, is just a huge honour, Micah. Just wonderful. We like Micah Thomas. She's fabulous. Paul, P.S. With regard to Michael Mannering, one can only assume that he is a thing for auto-tuning. Yeah, which makes his G string being around 20 gauge, and that's seriously light. But there's also the fact that he has D-tuners, hip shots on all of his strings. So having a C, did we say C or a G? G at 20, he then detune it. How baggy can that be? It's Michael Mannering. He's not of this earth. Lewis Wingrove, well said, Stacey. She expressed many thoughts that we share. Excellent. Thanks for the live, my friend. Keep up the great work. I will try, Scott. And thank you for all your likes on and follows and conversation on Instagram this week. Glad you enjoyed those videos. There's going to be more. I'm filming the next 10 tomorrow. I can tell you what the next 10 are going to be. Hold on. I'll tell you what the next 10 up for the 60. If you're wondering what we're talking about, I did a range of short videos called 60-second bass reviews. So basically as much information about any given bass as I can cram into 60 minutes. It's been on YouTube Shorts. It's now on Instagram Reels. It's on TikTok. I think that's it. Yeah. So basically I've done 10. Now I'm going to do the next 10. I will tell you exactly what those next 10 are going to be. So the Alembic 20th anniversary, of course. There's a Fender FSR, which stands for Fender Special Release 70s Precision. There'll be a Status 2000, a GB Rumour Kingfisher Blue, which is my custom bass, which most of you will have seen before. There'll be a Lakeland Skyline 5502. There'll be a Spectre Euro 4 LX, the Ibanez SR300 that was in the workshop video recently, a Fender Mike Derwent Precision, a Yamaha BB235, and a Status Matrix. So there's a fair old collection of basses. So those are the next 10 for the 60-second bass reviews. And I would imagine first one of those might be going up tomorrow. So stay tuned, Scott. They could well be there tomorrow. Stacey, right behind you, Scott M. Fabulous. Thank you, guys. Micah saying thank you. Very good. Lewis, Scott killing it with the donations. He's top lad, isn't he? Fabulous. Thank you. Lewis, much love, Micah. Always very good. And then Stacey, excellent. Thank you. Since I've one on the way, someone else can get my goat. Screaming goat. Everyone will be wanting one. Stacey killing it, always with her stellar support. Absolutely. For those of you thinking about purchasing merchandise, so you missed the free delivery offer that ran out on Sunday night. From the 23rd, I think 23rd. So either 23rd or 24th. So next Sunday or Monday, for 3 or 4 days, I need to check. I'll check the promotion. It's 20% off on the merchandise. So you'll be paying for delivery, but you get 20% off. So if you're thinking of buying t-shirts, caps, mugs, my mug's in the kitchen. The bag, oh no, the bag's upstairs. That's right. All the merch, 20% off worldwide from Sunday. I think I can check. 2 seconds. If you would allow me to check, I will tell you, and then we're in the right place, aren't we? 2 seconds, guys. Promos. It is from 23rd, so 1 minute past midnight on the 23rd, so Sunday, until 23:59 on the 26th, which is Wednesday. So Wednesday going into Thursday. So from Sunday morning through till the end of play Wednesday night, 20% off everything worldwide. So if you were thinking of buying some of the new designs on the merchandise and you want to hold off until the 20% off is on, Sunday is when that kicks into play. So that's all good. Jim Hawkins got the goat. Excellent. Stacey, you're welcome. Right, Lewis, I really like that Kingfisher blue. Okay, let me get that. Just hang this. Let's take the cap off. We don't need that. Let's get the Kingfisher blue out for you. I'll do this carefully. Here we are. Right, where are we? There we go. You mean this, Lewis? Woo! Yes, you do. There we go. I need to do these shots because I have to put this up on social media. There we are. Right, Kingfisher blue, Lewis. I just wish it had a 14-inch fret radius or more. Almost perfect for me. Yeah, I don't know what this is. It's not it's not flat, but it's not particularly curved. But it is mine. It's done a lot of gigs, this. Lewis, yes, exactly that. Isn't what I saw for purchase. It's sweet. Paul, with Michael Mannering's use of bass guitar strings being so extremely light, I've often wondered if he got away with any problems a fretted bassist would get playing on such very thin strings. I don't know. He's quite communicative, Paul. If you want to drop him a line on his website, he usually gets back to people pretty quick. He'll be able to tell you all those things. Lewis Wingrove, that's way better. What, the Kingfisher Blue GB? With a gunshot wound. It's not a gunshot wound, it's just a knot in the wood. Yeah, it's done a lot of trips, this thing. It's taken on the lacquers and the timber, actually. Taken on a really nice kind of honey colour as it's getting older. It's fab. As maple tends to do. Lewis, I have no complaints about that bass. It's not a 9-inch radius. It's not a lot of anything, really. I've not measured it. I should when I next go in the garage and set it up. But yeah, it's great. Just plays itself. Oh. Oh dear, it's out of tune as well. Hasn't been played since the demo thing the other week. Oh. It's there. It was the G string, was that? Stacey, yes, that is just gorgeous. The Kingfisher Blue GB. The only one in this colour, I think, that Bernie did. Well, it's not that he sprayed it. It was done by Bow Finishing, but it was, and it still isn't, as I've said before, it's not actually the colour I asked for. It'll do. It goes through phases of being really green and really blue, and then a mixture of the two, and depends what sort of light's shining on it, and if it's been out in daylight for a few hours, it changes again. It's great. Love it. Very different from, well, apart from the other GBs, it's very different to everything in this house. You know, I can't stand to play bass while wearing a watch or any jewellery for that matter. I take my watch off if I'm on a gig, unless it's a pub or club gig. I don't tend to wear watches when I'm out playing, but at home, I'll take it off, forget to put it back on, and I'll be running around the house going, where's my watch? So, Lewis, the neck is made for a shredder. That was made for me, actually. But, you know, look at Stuart Clayton, and he plays these things like they're going out of fashion. So it's just great bass to play. I can have my shredding moments. I just don't tend to do them on live chats. I need to be in the heat of battle with a band around me. Oh, you can't really see what I'm doing because I'm off camera. Sorry. But yeah, it's great. Yeah. I see room for bending strings and sweet actions. Yes, you do. 4000s again on this. Yes, you do. Martin, you need a custom GB with a watch inlaid to the headstock, illuminated, of course. Well, there's a thing. I don't know if Bernie would want to do that, frankly. He likes easy jobs. I think his days of doing complicated things are kind of over. I think he likes doing his fretless Spitfires now. This one needs a setup. He'll get it. It's next going out on a bunch of gigs. It'll be getting a full setup, new strings, get the neck relief sorted, intonation, string height, pickup. Actually, no, pickup height's pretty consistent. Actually, it doesn't tend to move. It's a bit buzzy. Quarter turn on the truss rod. This will just pop straight back into where it should be. God, that's really out, isn't it? Let's tune her up, shall we? It sounds like a sitar. That's neck relief. Yeah, that one's... I haven't used this on a gig for a while. The Empathy's been doing most things apart from Queen because of the bass string experiment series, which it's currently on. Next gig will be gig number 33 with the same strings on since July last year. Next installment of that is being edited. Probably about another couple of days, maybe a week. That'll be ready to go. That's better. That's got it. Lewis, at 6 months my strings are tarnished. Depends what I'm doing with what I'm playing. If you've watched a string experiment, you know we're up to 32. Two low strings are kind of dying off. The D and the G are still pretty good. But 32 gigs of disco, ABBA and general covers. There's been no light playing. It's all been, I get fairly stuck in with a set string, so I don't sort of take any prisoners. I'm not playing gently to try and make them last as long as possible. I play for keeps. Lewis, maybe it's time for a clean up and new strings. Absolutely. Martin, did you get to do your version of Barcelona on the Queen gig? Yes, I did. I wasn't on it. So basically the two singers sang to the playback of Barcelona. Band didn't play on it. But we did do Good Old Fashioned Loverboy, and we did do My Melancholy Blues. And they went surprisingly well, and the audience loved it because they were obviously Queen fans, but a lot of them who go and see the other tribute bands wouldn't have heard those songs. So yeah, worked great for us, and they got a very big round of applause at the end. Russ Hollins here, DR Low Riders on a GB, perfection. DRs are lovely. I haven't bought any since I did the kind of my own investigation into strings back in 2015 when I changed from Picato. I ended up going to Rotor Sound. I did buy some DRs. I bought some Didarios. I bought some Elixirs, a bunch of other things as well. But Rotor Sound just seemed to work better for me across the basses that I play the most. And so I went with Rotor Sound. I just trusted my ears. Was doing loads of gigs at the time. And the Rotor Sounds were lasting longer than anything else. And so after, I think, when was that? That was just after the bass show. So it would have been around about the June of 2015. I then decided which brand I was going to go with. And Rotor Sound won. No regrets at all. That's not to say DRs don't work on other basses. They clearly do. But for me, Rotor Sound just seemed to tick more boxes than any of the other brands. But as you know, Russ, each to their own. And yeah, depends. So some basses I have swing bass. Swing bass I do use on quite a few, but not every bass. Got flat wounds on one of my Precisions. Got flat wounds on a Jazz. Got half wounds on my fretless. I tend not to use nickels that much. I'm not a huge fan of nickel strings, but if someone said we need a slightly warmer sound, less metallic, less bright, I've always got a couple of sets here that I can use if I need to. Different gauges for different basses. Let's think, what else was there? I've got some true bass sitting there waiting to be used on something. Phosphor bronze sometimes on one of the acoustics. I've got a couple of double ball sets as well. But I have no problem going and using a different brand of string on a specific bass if that's what's required. Let's think, what have I got? I'm trying to think what I've got on what at the moment. Bernie put some rotos on the white Rumour when I picked this up last year. And actually, considering they're the cheaper end of what Rotor Sound do, they sound really good. I was actually surprised. I was like, oh, they're really good. Considering the price difference, because swing bass has a premium on it. And actually, some of the Rotor Sound prices have gone through the roof. But those rotos were really, really good. Trying to think, what else have I got on these? I think there's some EBS nickels. EBS nickels on the Spitfire. Again, his lordship strung that one up, and I haven't changed them since. Let's think, what else? On my Lakeland, I've got Rotor Sound, the kind of half wounds are called pressure wounds. So those are on my Lakeland. Flat wounds on the Mike Don't Precision. Trying to think what's on the Streamline's got double ball Picatos. The Lakeland's going to have Roto swing bass 4505. Done the frets already. T-bass has got, what's the T-bass got on there? Picato steels. And the other electroacoustic has got Martin phosphor bronze on there. So yeah, there's a right old mix. But as and when, like any bass that's going to get, if I pick something out for a specific project, then I'll wear out the strings that are on it while I'm doing all the practicing and learning. And then a couple of days before the show, I'll decide what strings are going on it. And if it's a bass that's going to be used on a load of gigs, I'll think about what gauge I'm putting on, what brand, what material, and then we just go for it and see where we are. Ernie Ball's out where you are, Lewis. Yeah, I hear you. Russ, those electrics make anything sound good. Yeah, agreed. Loose Wingrove, $40 a pack for the Cobalt Pinks. Very bright tone, powerful low end. Don't think most players wouldn't go for these. It's modern, all right. Scott, you got to run. Have a nice night. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for your super chat. Very much appreciated. See you next week. Catch you on Instagram. Thank you. grab a quick drink. Hope you're all well. Hope you're hanging in there. It's coming up 5 to 11 here in London. We've been at it nearly 3 hours. So have you got any questions about basses, bass amps, bass speakers, bass combos, gig bags, strings, leads, bass pedals, setting up a pedal board, setting up a band? Maybe you got your first audition coming up. Maybe you want to set your pedal board up, get it in the right order. If I can help, offer some advice, I will. If I don't know or I can't help you, I'm sure one of the fine learned people that we have here on the Bass Chat every Tuesday night here in London town, they might know the answer and they'll be able to help. Lewis, I was all about those purple slinkies until my bass came with pinks. I liked the tone, so I kept it. There's nothing wrong with that. I always suggest, though, any player that's stuck to one brand for a long time, just use one type of string. Some people have huge collections of basses, just put one type of string on their basses, and that is fine. There is nothing wrong with that. But I can tell you, as someone who's experienced this, some basses just benefit either from a different gauge, a different string material, and sometimes a different brand, totally. And I've had basses it's happened on, and it's been a real eye-opener. Because for years I would still put 4000s on all my Fenders, Stingrays, the lot. And then I went up a gauge to 4505 for all Fenders and the Stingrays. World of difference. Difference in tone, how they played, the tones you're getting out of them, clarity. Crazy. Lewis, 45 to 100. Okay, it's kind of mixed. Or a different player. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? So what GBs are currently in your arsenal, Russ? Because you had that very fine rumour that you thought I slated. I didn't slate. It was just a difference of opinion. And you had the white Spitfire 5, I think. I don't know what else you've got or what you've had or what. So what have you got? Russ, or is that just everybody makes my bass sound better than me? No, Russ, you sound like you, and no one can do that better than you can. So don't worry or don't ever think I sound crap compared to someone else. You don't. You're just doing what you do, and no one can replicate that. White Spitfire 5, Walnut Spitfire 5. So what happened to the rumour? The 55 to 110 purple fits nothing unless you have a file for E strings. You would need to do some serious changes to a nut to accommodate those, Lewis. The rumour, the walnut fully loaded thing. Yes, that's the one. The one I reviewed for Bass Guitar magazine back in 2008. But that makes you feel old. Makes me feel old, remembering the feature. Actually, the past 2 days I've been building a table in Word of everything I wrote for my years on the magazines, and creating a table so that I can see what I've posted to what social media platform, and going back through everything I've written. Crikey. But at the bottom of the list, I was able to work it out. I've reviewed 230 basses. I think it's 82 amplifiers, speakers and combos, and about 40 effect pedals. So that's a fair old whack of gear that's passed through this office. You still got the rumour. Excellent. I sold my red rumour for... I don't think I ever saw the red rumour. Okay. Alexa, use the force. Yeah. Even though I have a fairly decent GB collection. Who is Alexa, use the force? I don't know who you are. Would we know who you are, being a GB fan? Are you part of the Facebook group? Alexa, use the force. I don't know who you are. Even though I have a fairly decent GB collection now, still hunting for a rumour 4. We're all hunting for a rumour 4, don't we? And I've got 2. In fact, I've got 3. 2 4s and a 5. Always on the lookout for another, though. He saw it, wanted no other bass. I don't really play fours, so I sold it to him. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Here we are, 11 o'clock. We've done 3 hours, gang. Well done. Well done. Good to see. So, yeah. So, here's the white, old English white GB Rumour 4. Russ, those batteries you've recommended, do you use them yourself? Is that why you recommended them? Have you used them for the LEDs yourself? What do you get out of them time-wise? Lewis, no, I just must have thought the manufacturer knows better than me, so I gave it a try. Plus, if you were running those cables as strings, anything sounds better than the 1110s. Yeah, you're probably right. So these are rotos, which I think are nickel or steel on a nickel core, I think. But it sounds great on here. I use the same sort of batteries, lesser capacity than the ones I sent you. Okay. And how long do you get out of those on a sound to light setup? Because as you heard on that, I charge them after every gig, but they last 3 sets. Okay. See, that's what was happening with Pro Cells, is I was getting one set of 45 minutes to an hour, a second set of 45 minutes to an hour, the third set, by about halfway through that to the end of that third set, they'd be gone, dead. Which I couldn't believe. When I asked Bernie about it, he said, well, it's just the nature of the system. It's using a lot of juice. And you've also got, in this space, 3 sets of LEDs, fronts, sides, and then the set in the headstock as well. So, or 2.5 sets. So it's using up a lot of juice. Yeah, blue LEDs are the most hungry too. See, that was what kind of put me off the scent. Was in the Kingfisher Blue, I've got blue LEDs, but it's one set with fiber optics and the set in the headstock. I'll get about 15 gigs out of a pair of LED batteries. So it was like 15 gigs or 1.5 gigs with the sound to light system. And I said to him, it's lovely having it. I can't be going through batteries at that rate. I said, I'll be poor. Blue LEDs are most hungry too. Lewis, what kind of battery is this? So, Lewis, in this GB Rumour 4, I have 2 sets of, I have a pair of batteries for the circuit. There's another pair of batteries for the LEDs, but this has a sound to light system. I can do bit, as you've seen on the demo video. So this is them on regular. I can't demo them without being hooked up to an amp, but there is one of the settings further down where they will kick in. Hang on. Oh, there we go. So this is one of the settings. Yes, I am available for hire at Christmas if you can't afford a Christmas tree. So basically, so all my other bases that have got LEDs in, I'll get about 15 gigs of So if I'm doing a gig, 2 sets, which can be anything between 45 minutes and an hour for each set. So let's say average gig, 2 hours. With the LEDs on, I'll get about 15 gigs out of a pair of batteries. On this bass, with the sound to light system, a pair of Pro Cells, which is what I always use. Never had a problem. So Pro Cells, Duracell Pro Cells. When I started using this bass on gigs, I got to the second gig and thought, I've only just changed the batteries. And by halfway through the second gig, so I've done 3 sets, 2 sets on the first gig, 1 set on the second gig, the LED batteries were dead. So we got front LEDs, whereas on the other basses, it's 1 set of LEDs with fiber optics. On this bass, it's 1 set on the front, 1 set on the side, whatever's in the headstock, and the sound to light system all running off a pair. Russ very kindly suggested some rechargeables, which are almost double in milliamps, through Amazon, that should, in theory, give me a longer period of use. What voltage are they at the end of the night? What batteries are recommended? My sound to light Spitfire only has the 1 9-volt to power the whole lot. Graham, you got sound to light, and you're saying you only have 1 9-volt. Wow, I've got 2 9-volts, but then again, there's 2.5 sets of LEDs and the sound to light controller. Wow, I bet your battery's going pretty quick then. Lewis Wingrove, RC battery expert, yeah. Lithium ion, yeah. If you are going full discharge, you want NMH batteries, if not lithium, but the lithium can't be dead or it damages the battery. Mike, don't know, but they meter 8.4 volts when fully charged. Okay, they switch off when go under certain voltage. Okay, yes, and right. Okay, you got one of the older sound to light setups. Cool. They are 2 9-volts in parallel, not series, so sound to light is still 9-volt. Okay, lithium can't be fully discharged. Must put a voltage threshold cut off, and those batteries will last forever. Just an idea. It's a topic of discussion. I'll know soon enough, because this bass will be coming out on a whole load of festival gigs once we get in the summer. And I'm ordering up a set of these rechargeables that Russ has recommended on Thursday. So we'll get them charged up, get them out on some gigs, and I'll be able to report back. We'll see where we are. We'll see where we are. It's a fine bass. Love it. My 50th birthday present. It's a cracker. With single coils as well. So it's got quite a different sound to the other GBs I've got here. Very good. Yeah, very good. Very good. Lewis, plus KY, father is an electrician. Your father is an electrician, taught me a lot. Good, cool. You got a cap in place for tone roll off on the switch. Yes. So because it was humbuckers, and I said to him, can I have some single coils? So I've got a different sound. The series to parallel switch basically becomes a volume reducer now. So, which is no bad thing considering you've got 18 dB of boost and cut on the EQ on here. What's this year's present? You're asking me, Tom Sage. I don't know. It's 51 this year, so not quite as symbolic. I don't know. I haven't a clue. Volume reduction as opposed to high-end roll-off, yes. Now, well, I'll have this discussion with you, Russ. So when I set the YouTube channel up, I did my first GB review, which was from a Spitfire. And I said to Bernie, because every time I've ever asked him, he's dodged the question, as he does. And I said, what is that switch? You always call it a slap switch. It's not a slap switch. So what is actually happening? Because it sounds like top and bottom is boosted, mids are basically cut, but it's not an EQ switch. So what is it? And he said it's basically a series to parallel switch. So once you go into series, you're getting that heft and that powerful clarity. And when you come into parallel mode, you're getting the finesse without so much thunderous bottom end, which is why people think it's a slap switch. So it's not. It's basically a series to parallel switch. Sometimes that may make the GBs more pedal friendly. Got it. Yeah. See, you don't need a preamp with that bass. Wow, she is hot. No, on the signal. No, it's mighty, Lewis. Very mighty. Yeah. So series parallel switch, but now basically a gain reducer, a pad. It's basically a pad switch now. Graham didn't go for the Lee Sklar switch. No. Don't give Bernie ideas like that. He's got enough on his plate. Oh. Oh. We're out a bit there. Yeah. Liz Wingrove, love that producer knob. Yeah, Graham. Or his mandolin frets. No, I've never played mandolin frets actually. Never had the luxury. And actually, last time I saw Lee, didn't have his bass with him. We were doing an interview, and his bass was at the show that night, so I couldn't try one of his basses. A tenor? Nah. Yeah, I can imagine mandolin frets work great. You can slide about. There's nothing to really hold you back. Fretless, but with frets. Love it. I love them all. They all get a good airing one way or another. So, yeah. Cool. They are dying off now. Those two are all right. It's the A and the E. They're going. I don't know how long they've got. They might get to 40. We'll see. Does Bernie make basses anymore? He's chucking out a fair few tellies these days. I think he just does what makes him happy, doesn't he? Really. So, you know, if orders aren't busy, he'll make some guitars. But if people want his basses, then he'll listen to order inquiries, I guess. No, the empathy doesn't sound buggered. It's the strings have been on for 32 gigs, as you can hear. The A's woeful, but the D and G are all right. But as bass players, we're going to play the low strings more than anything else, aren't we? So it's not surprising. Yeah, caught up with him a couple of weeks ago, treating his first dominoes. I bet that was an experience. he probably said, what's this newfangled crap? Bless him. When did I see him? October. I think I've spoken to him a few times since, yes. Bless him. Spent about 20 minutes talking to the delivery girl. Yeah. What, you or him? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He'll tell him his life story. Anyone wondering who we're talking? We're talking about Bernie Goodfellow, he of GB Guitars fame. A character is the best way to describe him. Makes some fine instruments and tells some very filthy jokes. It was minus figures outside. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've never seen him eat anything other than sort of buns and Danish pastries. I've never seen him eat a meal. But I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not sure how the LEDs are. Hold on. They're reasonable. They're not that bright. So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be out doing a load of festival shows over the summer. I've got some really good ones, some that we've done before with Uncle Funk. We go back again and again and again and again. So we're at Stand and Calling, Hertfordshire. We're doing the Cambridge Club Festival. I think we're on the same day as Grace Jones. Grace Jones and Alexander O'Neill on the Friday. We've got a bunch of Soultasia festivals up and down the country. And we've got some spots at the Legends festivals, which are kind of sort of soul, funk, disco specific festivals. So it's going to be busy. Then got a bunch of Queen tributes and some ABBA shows, some wedding gigs. It's going to be full on. It's going to get really busy. So I'm quite enjoying the fact that at the moment things aren't that busy and I can get loads of YouTube work done in place, content up, affiliates sorted, and get it all done before it goes nuts. And then I can just let it do its own thing during the summer months. But we'll still do the live chats if you guys are still up for it. So all good. He's pescatarian, healthy living. I didn't know that. He's pesky, I know that much. Making up for a life of sin. Yeah, sounds about right. Lewis, I'm trying to get over Buffalo Wild Wings, delicious chicken with 20 sauces, all of which are horrible and most dreadful. I don't know what to say, Lewis. Stacey, all hail the pescatarians. Anyway, gonna go. Catch you later. Cheers, Russ. Take it easy. Good to see you. Thank you for joining in. Lewis, mathematically impossible, I tell you. I bet. I'm frimmicking. Sorry. I'll pack that in. Oh, so there we go. So there's going to be some new, well, there's always new designs going up on the merchandise channel. So there will be some more over the coming weeks, coming months. And it's going quite well, I have to say. And I think everyone who's bought merchandise has been pretty happy with it. I've had no complaints. The quality of the gear is fabulous. T-shirts all fit great, wash great. If you saw the social media, and actually I put it on the community tab over the weekend, the mug, it's done about 4 or 5 dishwasher washes. Fairly acid test for a printed ceramic mug. No fading, no damage to the logo, to the print. It all looks great. So the mugs are great. T-shirts are all washing good, ironing well, and again, the printing's all pretty good. If you want one of these T-shirts, you can easily buy one. Go in the description box, you'll see links there for Brooks's Bass Corner merchandise. There's a UK and Europe store, there's a US and a worldwide store. Based on where you're located will dictate which of those stores you use. So there's t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, hats, caps, beanie hats, mugs, water bottles, beer glasses, iPhone cases, mouse mats, COVID masks, a million. There's like 150 items for each design. There's about 7 or 8 designs up there now. And basically the channel benefits from a commission of the sale. We don't get the whole price. So if you see a t-shirt for $19.99, I don't get $19.99. I get a very small percentage of that price, but it all goes into the melting pot to become part of the bigger amount. So as I said earlier, from Sunday this week, 23rd, 1 minute past midnight on the morning of Sunday, through to the end of play on Wednesday next week, the 26th, all merchandise worldwide in both stores, 20% off. So if you've been thinking about buying t-shirt, cap, hoodie, sweatshirt, something off the merchandise, you want to help the channel out, you might well want to wait until Sunday. And basically you'll get 20% off your purchase. Can't say fairer than that, really. There are various promos go on throughout the year. I kind of see a few in advance. I can't see like over the whole year. So generally, I think it's either 15 or 20% off, and then there's the free delivery one. And then I can reduce the price on certain goods. If I want to do a promotion on mugs or t-shirts or hoodies or mouse mats or whatever, I can cut my amount down and do promotions that way. So yeah, so if there's something you want, if I can gauge that there's an interest in a particular design or a particular product, I can do like a 2-day push on certain items if that's what you guys want. So yeah, all good. Okay, my cousin Tom Sage, I'm off, but thanks as always, mate. Pleasure, Tom. Good to see you. Catch up soon. Stacy, yeah, Lewis, BW3 is crap. BW3 Buffalo Wings. Don't know what. Okay. Is the USA store has good quality on the shirts? Stacy, tell the man. Has your shirt arrived yet, Stace? Everything I've heard, Lewis, both from UK and Europe merchandise buyers, and I think I've sold 2 or 3 products in the US. Everyone has said they're really impressed with the gear. Stacy ordered a shirt, but I'm not sure if it's arrived yet. Yes, the quality is amazing. Lots of shirt manufacturer options. You have more options in the US store than we have here in the UK and Europe, Lewis. So there's a lot more different designs, different t-shirt styles. Like the t-shirts, I think there's like 15 to 20 options in the US store, and there's about 10 to 12 in the UK and Europe one. Check it out, Lewis, and if there's anything you want to buy, hold on till Sunday and you'll get 20% off. Where are we? 3 hours and 23 minutes. Very good. I'm just checking to see what happened in the football, so just bear with me a minute. Chelsea got beat as Real Madrid finished the job. Let's have a look. Oh dear. Real Madrid beat Chelsea 2-0. We kind of knew that was going to happen. Napoli and Milan, AC Milan 1-1, but AC Milan go through 2-1. Well, that was a little bit of a surprise. Okay. Everyone fancied Napoli to go through this year, even though AC Milan were ahead on the first leg. But there we go. See how Manchester City and Bayern Munich shape up tomorrow then. Very good. Lewis, you need a new hoodie. Excellent. Well, there's a whole load of designs in there. In fact, if you are going to buy, or you're thinking of a hoodie, Lewis, let me go in before Sunday when you're going to start getting your 20% off, because I know there was a new hoodie item came into stock, and I haven't added it to the merchandise list, so I can put the designs on this new merchandise, a new version of a hoodie. I'll add it in, and then it'll give you more choice. Need a new hoodie. Is 200 watts too loud for practice in a flat? Yeah, pretty much. You don't need more than about 20 watts in a flat. You're not playing with other people, are you? There's no drum. You're not up against drummers or anything, so you're basically practicing for your own ears. And I've heard 10 watt amps be immensely loud, so yeah, you don't really need 200 watts in a flat. I think you'll do fine with 20. I mean, I've got a is it 25 watt Hartkey combo in the garage that I use on my workbench, and that is insanely loud. So yeah, 200, you don't need that. Not in a flat. Not unless your flat is the size of an aircraft hangar, but I'm sure that's not the case. I'm on 50 after you calculate the fake 100 watt amp watts, yeah. I hear you. Excuse me for the cough. I'm not sure who we got. Oh, we got 11. We got 11 people here on the live chat at the moment. Thank you for sticking around. If you got any questions about basses, bass guitars, bass amps, bass effects, bass speakers, combos, gear, accessories, effect pedals, strings, anything you want to know. Maybe you want to ask some questions about other videos here on the channel, interview videos, or any of the interviews I used to do with various bass legends. Got any questions about any of the interview videos that are here on the channel? Ask away. Lewis, so maybe 100 true and keep the volume lower for better clarity than my Ampeg Rocket. Maybe. Yeah. Are you high up in your flat, Lewis? Like, are you on a higher floor or a lower floor? Because bass goes through the floor to the flat underneath. So if you're up, it's I feel sorry for the neighbours underneath. Alexa used the force. Do you think modding, upgrading a bass will affect its value? Depends what it is. If you're modding a vintage Fender, then yeah, I'd say don't even bother going near it. I'd leave it as it is. And if you have a problem, with that, I'd sell the valuable one and buy something cheap that you don't mind modding. Depends what the bass is, and depends what you want to do. If it's if you're modding it in a way that can be modded back to original, then you're kind of okay. If you're doing something that's permanent, a 2010 Music Man, there's no residual value in that at the moment, I would say. What do you want to do? If you're replacing pickup or circuit, I've already done that to mine, and mine is a 1999. So, yeah. Let me grab a Stingray. We can talk about it. Handles are down. Okay. What are you doing? What do you want to do to your Stingray? So this is a 99. So I've changed the pick guard. It's an abalone pick guard. It was just black before. Changed the pickup. I've got an Aguilar direct replacement. That's in there. Circuit is totally different. This is a John East MMSR replacement. So it was a 3-band EQ before. So now I've got volume with a push-pull. The push-pull allows me to call on the treble boost response that a Music Man Sabre bass has, which is normally a flick switch. So there's a push-pull on here. Then I've got treble, boost only, no cut. I've got a mid with a mid sweep. Okay, and inside here, if I take the plate off, on the board inside there are jumper settings, so I can change the frequency parameters that mid sweep works in. So whether it's lower mids or higher mids. Then I've got a bass boost only. So if you took the mids out of it, it's the same treble and boost as you would have on the 2-band, classic 2-band from the mid 70s. And then you've got that mid with a mid sweep there and that treble boost. Gave me far more flexibility. Makes the bass sound absolutely superb. Yes, exactly. Reversible mods to retain value is my opinion. Yep, mine too. But a 2010 Music Man, you're not going to affect the value, really. You might do, it might affect the value in like 20, 30, 40 years' time, but will you still have the bass then? I saw a message pop up there, but it didn't pop up on there. Let me just check I'm getting everything here. But in my case, no one cares about my Schecter. Modify away. Yeah. Stingrays are fairly common, unless you've got a very limited edition colour. But still, you could change aspects of the pickup and circuit. It's not going to affect the colour. You're not respraying. You're not refinishing. So what do you want to do to it, Alexa? Use the Force. What mods are you considering? DP05021988. I don't think you've ever been here on our live channel before. Good to see you. Welcome. Question about strings, tension, suggestion for brand. Okay, for the one of the project indie rock band that I play, I use a Schecter PJ4 string. Very good. 18 volt EMG preamp. Very good. EMG pickups. We tune halfway down. Do you mean half a tone? So semitone down. Okay. Okay, so you're in an indie rock band. Are you playing with a pick or with fingers? And what sort of tone are you after? If you can give me an idea of a song or a band or another bass player whose tone you might be trying to copy or get close to, tell me what you're trying to achieve, and I'll see what I can suggest, as will the rest of our learned friends here on the live chat. It's hard. I've got to keep looking at the camera, but I need to keep an eye on the live chat. So, excuse me. So Alexa, use the Force. We need to know what you want to do to your Music Man Stingray. And DP 0502 1988. Give me an idea. Give me an idea of either an artist or a band or an album or a song that has a bass tone that you would you think that's what I would really like to sound like, and we'll take it from there. I think as an indie rock band, you're going to be looking for strings around about 4505 gauge, steel or nickel. If you want a deader sound, you're maybe going to look at flat wounds. You could go half wounds, which would be between the two. Okay, mostly pick, sometimes fingers. Yes, half semi down. Let's go with Oasis. Right, well, all the famous Oasis stuff. Guigsy was using precisions and jazzes. So Schecter, you're kind of okay there. You're going to have a lot more meat and power than he had, because you've got an EMG preamp there. But he always used rotor sound, 4505s. I think he used steels or nickels. I could go into the rotor sound archives and find out, but I don't need to. So if you want volume, brightness, twanginess and clank, then go for steels. If you want a slightly warmer sound that sort of stays warm for quite a long period, go for nickels. You're looking at 4505, so you get loads of meat to your tone, lots of beef in your signal. If you want to go slightly deader, you could look at the pressure, rotor sound do pressure wounds, which is a mix between round wound and flat wound. If you want deader strings, so think 70s glam rock, a lot of the classic rock bands would use flat wound strings. They're a bit more expensive, but they're going to sound the same for a lot longer. So they start off not dead, but they sound less bright and sparkly, and they stay like that pretty much for the life of the string. So you might want flat wounds, and literally every string brand will have their version of that. So again, find which gauge you want. I think 4505 is a good starting point. If you find they're too heavy for you, then drop down to 4000s. If you want more, you can go up to 50 to 110. Most brands now do in between gauges, so you could get 40, 60, 85, 105, and the same in reverse, so you can have a heavier top and a lighter bottom. But find the gauge you want, find the material you want, then you can pick which brand you're going to be looking for. Because once you've got the gauge and the material, whether you're going for rounds, flats or half wounds, then your only limit then is which brand do you want to use. They all kind of have their own kind of signature tone, pretty much, and how they feel. But only you can know that. I don't know what you like a string to feel like. So I'm very happy with rotor sound strings, pretty much on most of my basses. I love rotor sound swing bass, steel round wounds. I love the winding. I love the fact it gives me grip. Some bass players don't like that. They like their strings as smooth as possible. Some people like the webbing that they have on things like elixirs. Personally, I don't like that. I've played those strings and they don't feel good to me, but rotor sounds feel great. It's my personal preference. So find the gauge you want, find the material you want, find how you want your strings wound. So round wound, half wound, flat wound. Then you can look at the brands. Start at rotor sound. If you're in the UK, I'm guessing you are. Start with rotor sound. If you don't like the way they feel, then you can just instantly go, well, they didn't work for me. I'll find another brand. But gauge, material, how they're wound, then you can look at the brands. That's what I would suggest. Liz Wingrove, took me like 2 years to figure out my specs. 34-inch scale, 2 soap bars, 14.5 radius or greater fret radius, string through side-by-side tuners, belly cut and neck relief. Very good. Lewis, I need to try nickel for a smoother medium tone. Yes. Jim Hawkins just emailed you. Fabulous. I'll check it after the live chat. Thanks, Jim. DP, awesome. Thank you. Pleasure. That's what I'm here for. That's what live chat is all about every week. If we can help people, try and make sense. There's so much gear out there, so many, basses, amps, strings, pedals. It can get mystifying. If we could shed some light on this, try and sort of so you can see the wood for the trees. Buying strings is really daunting when you first start out. It's like, what the hell do I go for? What sound do you like? What are you trying to do? Who are your heroes? What sort of bass sounds excite you? Do you want to sound like that, or do you want to sound like something different? Then as you get older and you play with lots of different bands and play different material, you suddenly realize different strings for different. If I show you my string box from the garage, there's just loads of different stuff in there, because I never know what I'm going to need from one gig to the next, or which bass I'm going to use. And sometimes I have to change the bass. I might pick a bass for a certain project and it doesn't work. And overnight, between 2 gigs, I've got to pick a different bass and change the type of strings on that bass to work for that bass, the material, and the band I'm playing with. So I always keep like a fairly varied selection, different gauges, different materials, different brands. Alexa, use the force. My old preamp has died. Music Man US will sort, and I can buy a replacement. However, the cost and logistics involved, thought I might be better getting something different and maybe an improvement as I'm in the UK. Well, in that case, I will heartily I mean, there are other replacements you can have. Get the John East one. It's not hugely expensive. I think it's about £150. If you can go to John, he's just outside Oxford. He will fit it for you personally. So the guy that made it has them assembled, put together. You take your bass, within an hour, it'll be in here working, and he'll set it up how you want it to sound. So if you can afford the John East replacement, go for that. I love it in this bass. It brought this bass to life, and gives me more flexibility than a standard Stingray circuit. But yeah, the other option is to go via Strings and Things down in Shoreham, down the south coast. That's the UK distributor for Music Man products. Unless you've already been in touch with them regarding the replacement, I don't know. To use the force, check out my review video of this bass here on the channel. In fact, I tell you what, I'll even get you the link. Hold on. Here we go. No, that's the wrong one. That's the fella. Coming your way, Alexa, use the force. There you go. My review of this bass. You can hear how it sounds. Lewis Wingrove, yes, I'll try nickel. My neighbours think I'm playing guitar with the cobalts. Lewis, if you're going to buy some nickel strings, if you're going to buy them from Amazon, I haven't got my Sweetwater affiliate link yet. If you think you might buy them on Amazon, please use my affiliate link in the description box. Go through to the Brooks's Bass Corner store on Amazon.com. Find the strings you want and buy them from there. Thank you. That would really help me. Lewis Wingrove, okay. Here we go. I'll put this one back in the rack. Here we are. How many? Oh, we've got 14 people on the live chat. Welcome. Hope you're all okay. We've been at it for 3 3/4 hours, would you believe? Well, thank you. So if you've never been on a live chat before, Alexa, your pleasure, my pleasure, no problem. If you've never been on a live chat before, welcome. This is the live video window. If you're on the mobile app, live chat window is below here. If you're on the desktop app, it's that way. At the bottom of the live chat window, you'll see an emoji icon. Feel free to hit that as much as you like. YouTube and the YouTube algorithm thinks that's a wonderful thing. Next to it, you'll see a dollar symbol called Super Chat. If you're enjoying the video, got some useful information tonight, you like what we do here on the channel, you like the content, feel free, hit Super Chat. Allows you to make a financial donation to the channel. Scott M already donated $20 tonight. Stacy, Styled by Stacy, and she donated $20 as well. You don't have to donate $20. You can donate $2, £2, a couple of euros, Australian dollars, whichever suits. All the money that comes in via Super Chat and Super Thanks goes basically back into the channel. So it allows me to buy the lights, the boom stands, microphones, audio interfaces, cables, preamps for the interface, microphones, baffles, products that you see on review and demo here on the channel, the materials for doing the workshop videos, all the cloths, all the sprays, the cleaners, screwdrivers, tools, all of that stuff. So if you're enjoying the video, feel free to hit the Super Chat button. Allows you to make a financial donation. Underneath the video, in every video here on the channel, you see a thumbs up, thumbs down. Please give it a thumbs up. I really appreciate that. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. You'll see a share button that allows you to share this video on social media and email. There's also a love heart with a dollar symbol in. That's called Super Thanks. Works exactly the same way as Super Chat. Again, every video here on Brooks's Bass Corner is monetized because we're a monetized channel. So at any point, if you watch any content from Brooks's Bass Corner, if you hit the Super Thanks button, allows you to make a contribution to the channel so we can keep going for as long as possible. In the description box, you'll find affiliate links for Thomann, Amazon.co.uk, Amazon in the US. There will also be, over the next couple of days, affiliate links for Gear for Music here in the UK, hopefully Andertons, and hopefully Sweetwater in the US. So if you buy your bass gear and bass accessories, your pedals, your amps, all of that from Sweetwater, there'll be affiliate links as well. So keep an eye on the channel and I'll make announcements as and when those things happen. If you want Brooks's Bass Corner merchandise, t-shirts, hoodies, caps, beanie hats, glasses, mugs, iPhone cases, mouse mats, literally 150 products per design. There are UK and Europe store link in the description box and a US and worldwide link in the description box. If you want to check us out on social media, links to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Be Real are in the description box, and you'll also find us on TikTok, but I haven't added that to the social media links on the videos yet. TikTok, Discord, Reddit, and Quora. So we're on most things. We're everywhere. I know, I'm trying to manage it all. Right, back to the posts. Alexa used the Force. Yep, thank you. There we go. DPO 502988. I recommend John East as well. I have a Uni Pre 5 knob in a custom Sivcat NDHS6 paired with Nordstrand fat stacks. Very nice. You got some nice gear. Can't decide which I prefer more, passive mode as almost jazz sound or active fully mode. Enjoy them both and use them a lot, I would suggest. Don't worry about having preferences. Use what you need for the songs, for the band. And if you need to use different settings, and go for it. For years, I always had this thing about one sound within a bass, but I had loads of basses with loads of great sounds. Endless fiddling about. Find what you need, and then there will always be if you play in a band like the indie rock thing, and then you got Called to Depp in another band, and they had a couple of songs that had small bits of slap in, so say Call Me Al, Paul Simon, or Car Wash, or a few other things with a little bit of slap but not a lot. You'd be grateful if you had a passive bass that also had an active facility, so you can then have that extra power and that extra clarity. So when you come to slap, it actually sounds pretty good. Sometimes slapping on a passive bass, depends on the bass, doesn't always sound that great. Depends what the song is, what the context is. If you've got an instrument that allows you the flexibility to sculpt your tone no matter what someone's throwing at you material wise, it's godsend. Right, grab a drink. Okay. So obviously I've got a Screaming Goat is still in effect. So if you make a super chat or a super thanks payment, you get 3 of those. I don't mean 3 Screaming Goats. Yeah. So if you don't know what this is all about, my partner bought this today. It's a stress reliever, apparently. And she posted up that she bought one. Suddenly people were buying them hand over fist. And I thought, well, I can do that. So I posted up a little video on YouTube Shorts, and then I think I put it on Instagram and TikTok and Twitter. I don't know what sales have happened, if any, but there's an affiliate link. If you want one of these, it's called the Screaming Goat. They're available in, well, all over the world. I've put affiliate links for Amazon at the top of the description box. So if you want one of these, they don't cost very much. But, you know, if you're in a band and your bandmates are causing you a whole load of grief, or your agent's trying to stiff you for some extra commission, Or you've had to deal with the bride from hell today on a wedding booking. Exactly. I feel like that most days throughout the day. Not sure my partner will be getting this back. I might have to buy my own one. Lewis Wingrove, I've got a couple more years of forgiveness to go with Nordstrand. Excellent. The kid who did my custom order really did me dirty. My wife passed away without hearing what we designed together. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that, Lewis. Well, I hope we bring some light and some fun into your Tuesday evenings. Well, our evenings, your afternoons. And thank you for chatting on Discord yesterday. You were the first. I think. Can't remember. I need to look into it. Cool. So did you go to NAMM, Lewis? Did you go to the NAMM show over the weekend? It's over your neck of the woods, I think. Your side of the world, anyway. Ah, you did. Okay. True, 1 hour from you. Yeah. That's why I thought you might have gone. But is David Gill still here? David, are you still here? Did you manage to get those books? Did you decide which ones you were going for? See, this is the thing. I get a thing on my camera to tell me, on my live chat camera, to tell me that there's 11 people on it, but I don't know which 11 it is. Alexa, use the pulse. Think I need a screaming goat in my life. Would you trade for an old mooing cow? No, she's out this evening. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, should I? I'll burn for that one. Yeah, I think you need a screaming goat in your life, but please use the affiliate link in the description box. I wish I'd had this 20 years ago. I probably have gone through a lot of batteries with it, but I like it. It's good, works for me. Makes a change from all those squeezy rubber balls, you know. Exactly. So yeah, if you're watching the video and you want a screaming goat, click on the description box below. You'll see it says channel news and 100% base related chat and discussion. And underneath it, it says the screaming goat, Amazon UK, and a link, Amazon US, and a link, depending on where you're located in the world. You too can have one of these. Guaranteed to annoy everyone. It's a bit like the Frozen recorder, you know, from the series, their little flute thing. And someone posted up a meme, do you know someone with kids who's really annoying? Buy one of these. It's like an out of tune recorder. Excellent. There we are. So how are we doing? We've got 10. I guess we'll wrap this up around about midnight in about 7 minutes, unless you guys have got loads of questions and comments. If you have, let me know, and we can carry on. But if you haven't, then we'll start winding it down at the top of the hour, and we'll have done nearly 4 hours. So if you've got any gigs over the weekend, I hope you enjoy them. Hope they all go well. Hope you have a good time. Hope you get there safely and get home safely. I'll be here YouTubing. Never know, there might be an impromptu live chat. You never know. These things can happen. Maybe I'll be in the garage on the workbench and do a live chat while I'm setting one of my basses up. That will happen at some point. So we'll be having one of these discussions while I'm trying to set a bass up and clean it up and restring it and all of those sort of things. At the moment, everything I'm restringing and setting up needs to have a video for it because I haven't done it already on the channel. But as time goes by, more and more the bases will have been covered. So it'll just be a case of doing a string change and a reset up, so I can just do them as live chats. Lewis, when I need another pair of pickups, I'm going to drive to the company and discuss the matter with the owner. They make a great pickup. Love Nordstrand. Yeah, Carey's good bloke, top bloke. I did a review of the Synonyx when they came out, and we've never really chatted directly, but he kept promoting the video, which was great. If you want to check it out, let me just I'll put a link in here for you. Yeah. You want to check it out? It's quite a bass. It's got a funky look and some funky sounds, but it plays really great. He was very ill, I think, just before lockdown and during lockdown. He's made a good recovery apparently, so very good. Where are we? 356. Okay, pedals now. I use a compressor, Eden tube warmer, okay, Ampeg scrambler to get an SVT grit. Okay, I run a big muff fuzz on second channel to mix and control that with a volume pedal to give me full control. Crazy. No, if that's getting you the sound you want. What are your thoughts, Lewis? Lewis Wingrove here is the master of pedals. Is that the order you run them? So you go bass into compressor, into the tube warmer, into the scrambler DI, and the big muff fuzz. Oh, that's on the second channel. Okay. Yeah. I think the fuzz is the big muff, but obviously it doesn't say which model. Is that the big muff Pi? Deluxe big muff? There's a lot of big muff going on here. There's quite a few of them. I was going through the pedal listing on a couple of bass stores last night, and there's so many versions of that pedal. God, where do you start and end when it comes to buying one? It's crazy, I tell you. Sounds good. Just consider turning off the tube warming when attacking the bass when playing if it is a real tube. This is the valuable insight that I look forward to, because I wouldn't know that. So well done, Lewis. Good man. You killed a tube yourself. Yeah, that is the order. After fuzz, I have chorus, phaser, and flanger. Yeah, sounds right. Yeah, always put your modulation effects after fuzz. Fuzz and distortion. What do you do with the compressor? Are you putting that at the start, or are you putting it elsewhere in the chain? Because that can make quite a noticeable effect on how those effects are coping and dealing with your signal. Compressors are Carl Martin on the beginning, just a hair to keep me straight with dynamics and volume. Okay. See, because I personally it's just my take on it. I would put the compressor either at the end before it goes to your DI, or after the distortions, so it could tame the distortion a little, unless you're looking for just wild and crazy distortion and fuzz. Some people have two compressors. They sometimes have one at the start, one at the end, or one after any crazy effects. But it might, I see what you're doing. You're giving a controlled signal going into the distortion and fuzz. But if you had it after that, if what's coming out of that pedal is really spiky and transient, the compressor can just tame the rough edges off of that. So you're still getting all of the characteristics, but without the, if you looked at it on a sound wave, it would probably go like that. It just smoothed that off a bit. But it's up to you. I mean, it's, you'll hear it. If you did that, you'd hear the difference. Lewis, I have no fuzz on my board. My Big Muff Deluxe is driving my phaser pedal. It's just a touch of dirt for the phaser. See, I prefer using fuzz to distortion, because I like those kind of Larry Graham fuzz tones, and you accompany that either with an octaver or chorus or a phaser. Sounds great. Or a filter, envelope filter. Whereas distortion, he says, looking at buying a distortion pedal tomorrow, I tend to use fuzz more than distortion. But I'm looking at the Source Audio Aftershock, which does distortion and fuzz in one pedal. And I want to compare it with some of the pedals I've already got to see how that works out. Because I'm that sort of bloke. You'll clean the dark glass to Bogner and compression after the noise gate. There we go, you see. So Lewis is doing kind of what I'm talking about. So you're doing all the distortion, fuzz, all the dirt stuff. Then the compressor just tidies it all up. But there's nothing to say you can't have two compressors. You could have three if you want. You just got to keep aware of what the compressor is doing and what the signal it's pumping out to the next effect. Is that how you want it? So if you have that compressor at the start, yes, it's presenting the fuzz and distortion with a nice signal, but there's nothing after it in case it's too full on to just clean it up. Each to their own. Equalizer, Wampler, equator after the dirt. Okay. I realise I do spend a lot of time looking at the screen, whereas when I'm sat there with the laptop, I'm facing you as I'm doing it. Sorry. But I can just keep on top of the chat as it's flying through. We break the 4-hour barrier. What's about that? So I can see we've still got 10 people on. Lewis, Boss bass driver, pushing my Electro Harmonics parallel mixer. Okay. 4 cable method. I dread to ask. Again, as I've said before, live chats don't allow you to put up images and stuff. It'd be easy for you to do a diagram or show us physically how it's all routed, but I get the gist. I was thinking about multi-band compressor on the end of the chain before DI mixer. It might be good. Yeah. A dry path and a wet path. Never a bad idea. Just giving yourself options, really, there. But again, it depends what you're trying to achieve. So, yeah, if you're presenting both a dry signal and a wet signal to a sound man, and that gets the sound you're after, they can basically decide how much of that affected mix is going to be in the final signals out front. So, yeah. Jim Hawkins, if you were to buy a short scale, what would be your top picks? What sort of budget, Jim? Because over here we have a really good guy called Viv Wilcock who makes amazing short scale instruments, and I love his work. And if I had 1,900 quid to just go and buy a short scale, I don't need a short scale, but if I did, I'd go to him to build it. But if 1,900 quid is a little bit out of what you were planning, there are so many short scale options out there now. Yeah. I mean, I love the Spectre Bantam. I did a review of one. It's here on the channel. Put it up or not. The Nordstrander Synonix, I think, is short scale. It is short scale. So there's a link for that already in this live chat, Jim. Let me just get the Bantam. Here we go. So the Spectre Bantam is great. It's loads of Fender short scales. Yeah, literally every manufacturer is doing a short scale. You want a Stingray as a short scale. Oh, under £1,000. I can't remember how much this Bantam is, actually. Give you a rough idea. Hold on, Bass Direct, where are we? No, there we are. Spectre. Okay, Spectre Bantam. Over here in the UK is going to be different to what you guys are paying over in the US. So here in the UK, a Spectre Bantam is about £1,800. I can't imagine it's that pricey in the States. You might get a second-hand one. Oh, there's a Euro Bantam as well. So look at that. That's 1,800. That's what I'm talking about. So the other one, the red one, oh, that's 1,800. Okay. Depends what you want to... Kind of, if you know what sort of bass you like and what sort of sound you want, chances are you'll be able to buy a short scale version of that. So yeah, if you want a Stingray, there are short scale Stingrays. Yamaha, Ibanez do a whole range of short scales. Just depends what you want and how much you want to spend, Jim, really. Lewis, send, return, wet, dry, a phase 90 channel per channel, and master input and output control, $160. This is why I love Lewis being on these live chats, because he knows all this stuff far better than I do. Well done, sir. Checks in the post. Let's have a look, shall we? I'm just going to do a Google search for you, Jim. Short scale basses under $1,000. Warwick, Corvette, Sandberg, Electras. I'm not sure they're short scale, actually. Good. Oh, here we go. Guitar World. Best short scale basses. Take this with a pinch of salt. Okay. Chances are they haven't played any of these. They just put them in as an affiliate guide. So there's a Fender Mustang PJ, Gibson SG Standard, Ibanez Talman. They're good basses. Gretsch Junior Jet. A lot of these are basses I've reviewed for Bass Guitar Magazine and Bass Player, and they've just used the basses that I reviewed and include them in there. Squire Classic Vibe, Jaguar, Jackson, Spectre Bantam 4. There you go. So this is on Music Radar or GuitarWorld.com. And basically an in-house writer has looked at loads of the basses I reviewed that were short scales and created this best short scale bass product guide. Can't blame him. My writing is fabulous, obviously. And yeah. Yep. You have a Psi U5. Psi, I do short scales. I'm sure. Let's have a look at Andertons here in the UK, or the UK distributor for Psi. Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah. So there's a whole version 2 Marcus Miller U5. So, okay, so you've already got a U5. So you're looking for a different base to that, clearly. Okay. You've got the U5, so that's a PJ. So maybe you want something with humbuckers in for a different sound, maybe. Maybe some different timbers to what you've already got. Lewis, so we're putting 2 pedals per channel in series per channel. It contains my modulation effects. I put down some fine digital reverb and delay on the dry line. Very good. See, this is a level of knowledge that I don't have about effects. I just plonk my lead in, run the chain to the best way for the best tone, and back out. And that's, I don't get into all this series and parallel and dry and wet mixes. It's I keep it fairly simple. I'm sure there's loads of mistakes in what I'm doing, but it's the most surefire way for me to make sure everything is working. And if there's a problem, I can pull it out sort of fairly quickly, really. Kind of works for me. The 2 well paired up pedals are magic. I will take your word for it, Lewis. You know your stuff. You just try stuff. I wish I had the time. I do. I wish I had the time to do more of it. I don't, sadly. I don't. But there we go. I just get to try stuff on gigs. Well, actually, I do a bit of testing here before I take stuff out on my pedal board out on gigs, but you don't get to use it real world until you're out on the stage. So that's just the way it is. How are we doing? Coming up on a 4.25 hours. Okay. I think the questions are slowing down. Give us another 5-10 minutes. If you've got some more questions, let's see them. Or got comments, put them in the live chat window. And either I'll respond to them or one of the fine people here will. Well, the thing is, Lewis, I'm using more pedals than I've ever done in my career. I've never bought so many pedals in such a short amount of time. And I'm using all sorts of things that I've had for years that before I didn't really have much use for, but I thought that could come in handy one day. And now lots of those things are coming in handy. So I'm glad I bought them when I did. It's coming up to midnight here in London town. We're going to go for another 5-10 minutes. Unless there's a sudden flurry of conversation. I remember at the end of last week's live chat, we suddenly shot up to 22 viewers at one point. and I was in the process of closing the chat down. So see if that happens again, eh? It's just Creative Toy Box at the end of the day. It is. But also some of the stuff I'm trying to recreate the sounds of. You've got to do it properly. And then there are some things where I'm just adding extra effects in to try and add some colour, either to an essentially monotonous bass line or something that we've heard a million times before, played in the same way. Rather than change what's being played, I just want to change how it sounds, which is where all the filters and octaves and all that kind of thing comes in. So if you're enjoying the live chat, and frankly, why wouldn't you be, please hit the subscribe button, give the video a thumbs up, and hit the notification bell. By doing that, you'll get notified when I post up new videos, when I use the community tab, which is YouTube's version of social media. Try to do that once a day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, sometimes every other day. But that's how I communicate a lot of what goes on here on the channel. And then you can also find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Be Real, TikTok, Reddit, Quora, and Discord. I don't know how to keep it all going. It just seems to work. I don't know. Lewis, I can't play without some reverb. You're hooked. Good for you. I don't have much need for it, to be honest. I might do if the fretless playing kind of takes off. But generally, as a bass player, doing what I do, covers, there isn't a lot of reverb sort of chucked in for anything, really. The slow reverb is a sweetness on bass. I will take your word for it. No vast amount. Okay. I've got a whole load of pedals I need to start testing up, and I've got to redo the my pedal train board soon, because I'm going to be going out on festivals with it, and it's got to be right. And I haven't radically changed that board since we started going back out after lockdown, so that would be July 21. I said last year I'd do it, and I didn't do it, and I was going to film a video for it, and I still didn't do it. So this year, I've got to test my pedals that I think I want to include. I've got to find the sounds, get the pedal linked up, pedal board linked up, routed, tidy it all up, get on with it. It takes time. There ain't a lot of that every day at the moment. Eventide will get you fired from your gig unless you're in a goth band. Yeah, I haven't got any Eventide stuff. Got a nice selection of pedals, though, I have to say. And actually, I'm really pleased with how a lot of things I chose or bought before I was even doing Uncle Funk have come in really handy doing this disco show band. Especially when it comes to things like filters, octaves, pedals, fuzz. Have a bit of chorus in there. But the drop pedal has been the big thing. I wish I'd discovered that before 2019. That would have changed a lot of things over my career. Would have helped a whole lot on, you know, emergency one-off covers gigs and depping. Would have allowed me to use more of my bass collection on gigs. Because my old covers band, we tuned a semitone down. Some basses just weren't happy with it. Didn't like being tuned down, tuned up, tuned back down again, tuned up over a weekend of gigs with different bands. It caused a real problem. They just weren't stable. Doesn't mean the bass wasn't very good, just didn't like being tuned down, tuned up, tuned down again, tuned up. Hot, cold, hot, cold. So the neck started to move around. Paul, you're still up. I accidentally sent that before finishing. If I was about to finish that chat by asking if you knew if John Taylor did in fact use a compressor pedal when he toured with it. I don't know. I don't know. I'd need to ask Bernie Guerra. I don't know if he uses one now. I'm sure there's those sites that do a rig breakdown with graphics. I can't remember what the channel's called, and it shows you the bases they use, the rigs they use, and their effect setup. But I don't ever know if that's up to date or not. Lewis, the Electro Harmonics bass clone is a bottom end booster, despite what it's labelled. Great for end of chain for you passive nuts out there. Yeah, I've been aware of the HX bass clone for years. It's one of those pedals just been around forever. I think they did the nano version. Sorry, I beg your pardon for yawning. They did the nano version. So anything in the EHX catalogue that was quite popular, like is it the Small Stone? They did a nano version of the bass clone. I think was one of those. I think. Could be wrong. What are we doing? 4:21. We'll give it 5 minutes and we'll wrap this up, guys. I think. The Walrus Juliana is good on your dry line. What do you use that for? Underwater. Warping. Oh, okay. If that's your thing. It's seaworthy. If that's your assessment, Lewis, I'll go with that. Okay, guys, last knockings of questions, comments, anything you want to contribute to tonight's live chat. If I don't see any flurry of activity in the next couple of minutes, we're going to wind this down for the evening. So I'll say thank you very much. I'll do it now, but if you've got questions and comments, put them in and we'll reply to them. So thank you very much, everyone, for attending this evening. Thank you for all the likes, all the subscribers. Thank you very much to Mika Thomas from Alembic for coming on the live chat. She didn't have to do that. I didn't know she was going to do it. She did intimate in an Instagram post that she might at some point, but I didn't know it was going to be tonight. So I'm truly flattered that she put herself out to attend our live chat. That was, yeah, really something. So hopefully we might get to do a duo live. So basically she'll be here in a separate window on this live chat and we'll all be able to ask questions. So if you've got any Alembic related questions or inquiries that you'd like to put to Ron Wickersham's daughter, basically. Worked at Alembic all her life, I think. And she will have a million stories to tell. And how much bass info do you want? I mean, there's plenty there. So hopefully that'll become a thing soon. And I'll see when she's available to do it. And I will advertise appropriately. Lewis, I have 50% classic vintage and 50% modern ambient on this board. Must be a hell of a board. It must go in a suitcase. But yes, so thank you very much to everyone on tonight's live chat. We'll do it all again next Tuesday at 8 o'clock. There might well be an impromptu live chat later this week. So if you want to be ahead of the game, and you want to know when stuff is happening here on the channel, if you aren't already subscribed, hit the subscribe button, but also hit the notification bell and select all. So you'll see everything that happens here on the channel, anything to do with the channel. You'll be alerted about it as soon as I announce anything. So what we got coming up? New shorts videos, and get the affiliate stuff pretty much tied up, I think, tomorrow. There will be the workshop video for the Lakeland, which is to my left here, 4464. There will be demo and review videos of the Ibanez base, the SR300, and this Lakeland. I've just seen Mika Thomas post. Yes, Alembic is my big brother. He's 1 year older than me. I've been here almost every day of my life. Looking forward to another live chat, and when we can have a duet sometime, I will be in touch about that, Mika. Micah. Brain free. When you do these live chats and you've been at it for 4 hours, the brain just goes to mush. Micah. I will not call you Mika again, I'm sorry. Loose Wingrove, all sci-fi movie tones. Excellent. So, on that note, I will bid you all farewell. Have a great day, what's left of Tuesday. For those of you over on the West Coast, you've got loads of time left. Those of us in London, we're already in, and here in the UK, we're already in the Wednesday. It's midnight. So, on that note, love you and leave you. Take care of yourselves. Have a great week. I'll see you again next Tuesday, 8 o'clock. Live chat 45 here on Brooks's Base Corner. You got any questions? If you are listening to this live chat after the event, you want to contribute anything, leave it in the comment box as it pops up. I'll deal with it. It'll be tomorrow. It won't be while I'm asleep, that's for sure. Let me think, what else do I need to ask you? Merchandise will be 20% off from Sunday through till the end of play next Wednesday. Affiliate links in every video for Thomann, Amazon, gear for music from tomorrow, hopefully Andertons and Sweetwater by the end of the week. Affiliate links, social media links are in every video at the bottom. Super chat, super thanks, you know how that works. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, give the videos teeth in, videos a thumbs up, really appreciate it. And I'll see you next Tuesday, 8 PM. We'll go again. Take it easy, guys. Have a great week. See you soon.